Greetings, and welcome to GatherVerse Virtual World Symposium 2024, our 26th GatherVerse event. We're so happy to once again to be able to assemble with all of you globally, with all of you that have arrived to be able to hold discussion, to meet, to express. We're so happy to see everyone that's joined us today at GatherVerse.live faithfully. And we're also happy to see everyone that's joining us on various different social broadcast streams, whether you're on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, and more. We're very appreciative to be afforded the opportunity to be able to steer a studio that can be able to get out in such reaches, unlike anything that our predecessors ever had available to them in this capacity. What a world that we find ourselves in today. We have GatherVerse that intersects at the lines of emerging technologies and humanity, with great consideration for accessibility, education, community development, safety, privacy, wellness, and ethics. On this 26th summit that we've had, which we've had several different summits this year, many more to announce for the future forward, we find ourselves at a very peculiar intersection where in many ways we've become more virtual, more digital in the past 60 months than we have the past 60 years. Where the innovations that were only found in fiction, in many ways become reality. And things that were fiction that have become reality have almost seemed archaic. We've never been this way before. What we call frontier intelligence. Today, we assemble under the auspices of the virtual layer, that we're extending reality in ways that we've never thought imaginable. But it's not just by our innovations alone, but it's with the help of innovations that we've developed and built that are almost semi-conscious, but not there yet. When we talk about artificial intelligence, and not just general intelligence, but simple AI, AGI, and other different naming conventions that we're starting to realize that may not hold the significant weight as what we thought did. The world as we know it, in many ways, has become machine readable. The augmentation, the hyper-realistic immersive simulated environments. No, we're not thinking about big-headed avatars, which are fine. But when we talk about the Virtual World Symposium, we're talking about much more. We're talking about the ingress and egress of virtual environments, real-time augmented projection, and more. And it will continue to evolve as we enter into the hyperscale at a pace that's so quick, as I've once said many times before here at GatherVerse. What happens when the technology becomes more advanced than the technologists? Now is the time more than ever not to have these technologies and applied sciences defined only specifically and squarely by technologists, but also by those that use these tools. When we think about the opportunity that's before us with the creative power of artificial intelligence to be able to simply, if you will, unlock the things that are in our imaginations and be able to manifest it and extend it from the material layer into digital form. This is very fascinating discovery of opportunity. But as always, when we think about the modern day innovations contemporary to our time, might we be mindful, audience that's with us today at GatherVerse.live and elsewhere, that we place humanity at the center and the core of our creations, with the real consideration that human betterment should always come first in anything that we innovate, build, hack, code, make, and introduce that to civilization as we know it. We've seen incredible technologies go in a great way and at the same time, and not such a great way. I'd like to think that those that gather with us today have a heartfelt desire for betterment. We've assembled our first roundtable discussion titled, What is Virtual Existence? Some say they may already know, they may already feel that they understand what virtual existence is. But I suspect even those that are inventors and pioneers could have a second look at what this actually means. And we've assembled experts with us today from around the world to help us define and describe what it means from their lens and from the incredible work that they're doing. We're so happy to have all of you with us today for this 3-day excursion of a summit. We have a lot of ground to cover, and it'll go by as quick as it comes, as quick as it goes. Thank you for being so supportive and gathering with us for this 26th summit that is freely given. May our gather be well. And here we've assembled once again, here joining in together for our first roundtable discussion of the GatherVerse 2024 Virtual World Symposium, titled, What is Virtual Existence? We have with us today Maria Villar, Ruth Diaz, Jenny Ogden, and Jens Cole. But before we get started, because we have a lot to unpack, I'd like for each of you to be able to introduce yourselves and why was it that you felt in your hearts to be able to arrive with us today? But we're so happy to be able to assemble with you all for this 26th summit and to kicking off this 3-day extravaganza, if you will. And panelists, if you can mute your mics until called upon, and we'll begin with Maria, please.
Hello. Well, I'm the founder and CEO of Immersive Studios and also the Portuguese representative of Here Immersive, the European branch of GatherVerse, and I'm joining today because I feel like GatherVerse also aligns with our values of doing the work for the community, very aligned with the human values, and putting all this in place, the work that we're doing in the perspective of serving, but also on creating something better for humanity and our society.
Thank you, Maria. We're very happy to have you. And as a representative of Your Immersive, the audience, if you haven't had a chance to be able to understand the work that Your Immersive is doing and does so well for what we call the XR industry and more, check them out. Ruth?
Hi, I'm Dr. Diaz, or Ruth. I am founder of Bridgemakers, bridgemakers.world. I'm helping improve social VR culture by upskilling leaders, community leaders in social VR to understand conflict and respond in an inclusive way.
Dr. Diaz, Ruth, we're so very happy to have you with us today, to assemble with us again, and we look forward to your expressions. Jenny.
Good morning. I'm Jenny Ogden. I'm the founder and CEO of IQ Productions and an entrepreneur with a passion for social impact storytelling. And I work across formats, generally in immersive formats, so XR, whether it's location-based, AR, or VR. I've done all of the above. And I think that when we're in an immersive environment, in a virtual reality, it's so important as designers or creators to design for the world we want to see. So positive, inspirational, designing for joy, for awe, very powerful environment. So
What heartfelt early sentiments. You've already got the lead on all of us, Jenny. So we have a little bit of catching up to do already, I suspect. And lastly, dear Jens, who's been with us on several occasions and whom we enjoy always the opportunity to be able to assemble with. Jens?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. My background is in arts and in expression, creative expression. And what I'm actually feeling is happening is that we have an incredible opportunity to celebrate with each other, to celebrate our contemporary existence, and we take for granted so much that we can be in a same room, virtually speaking, or even physically. So I'm probably here to go a bit deeper on the possibilities that we are being given through technology, and our creative output finds resonance in these technological inventions. And what I'm trying to achieve is really a deeper connection of humanity, and a heartfelt expression that is not being harvested necessarily by profit thinking. And I think we really are now ready to take the next step where we can leave behind certain mindsets and paradigms that really go just in the profit direction. I think there's so much to discover about humanity, and it's a privilege to actually dive deeper with all of you.
Thank you so much, Jens. And it certainly is, for me, to echo on Jen's sentiment, it really is a pleasure to be with each of you. I'm very familiar with the work that you've done and that you're doing, and it really is an honor. The wood that you're chopping is extraordinary. I've had time to spend with each of you and to be able to survey the incredible lens of experience and how that's manifested in your daily doings. And so thank you so much for joining us here with this assemblage that we've been able to arrive to with everyone that's showing up at GatherVerse.live. It really is heartfelt to have this opportunity. Dr. Diaz, we have the first question on deck is, how do you personally interpret the concept or reality of virtual existence? But permit me to add a little bit of layer on that, a little bit of pepper, if you will, that when we think about virtual, I think there's been a big obstacle concerning different industry, if you will, those that are involved in immersive technologies, extending reality. As a technologist, and unto other different technologists, the other technologists that I'm here with now, I feel like we haven't done the best job in defining what this technology is, its use case, and how people apply it in their daily lives. But I also realize that we're still figuring it out ourselves. But the reason that we titled this is going back to first principles. What is virtual existence? What does this mean, this extended layer of reality, extending reality? I'd like for you to give a perspective, because I know that the work that you've been working on, whether in virtual worlds, and dealing with so many different personas and so many different people in large, vast communities. Can you bring us into a little bit more of what this means when we talk about virtual existence?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the first thing, I'm very human first as a value. And so before I do the 1,000 feet high view, something personal about me is that the last words my father ever said to me before he died, when I told him that I was working in virtual reality, is he said, "Is it really real if it's virtual?" And that hit my heart, because it helped me understand that he was in a generation that just really interpreted the word virtual the way I was raised to think about it. It was an idea, but it wasn't really there. And it was a projection of sorts. As I've evolved in my own professional identity, part of my background is I studied psychology. And one of the authors and luminaries that I followed was Carl Jung, who believed in this concept of the collective unconscious. And he believed on some level, it's hard to completely know, that we could also kind of mind meld or meet in this other reality place, and that we had to find that through our own shadow. I think that the bridge to virtual reality or virtual existence has been through entertainment and escapism so far, to kind of build that technology and get the enthusiasm and excitement going. And I believe this technology, where we can immerse ourselves in these fantasy dreamscapes, especially in social virtual reality, where it's user-generated content and we're sharing our dreams and our nightmares, And we're trying to learn about each other from a very intimate place of that collective unconscious. I have a hope and believe that we are trying to wake ourselves up to a global citizenship and to our responsibility to be a global village together. And that's what I'm doing with my virtual existence. No matter how immersed I am, I'm working to integrate my hopes and my projective identity of who I hope to become with who I am now. And I do that by really trusting the randomness and the serendipity of who I encounter in virtual existence. Maybe I'm not really there, but to somebody else, I'm really there for them.
Thank you, Dr. Diaz, for expressing those sentiments, and we'll surely come back to you in just a little bit. But Jenny, I'd like to be able to hard into you when it comes to this, because to segue this over, that when we think about virtual existence, there's certainly is the enterprise business narrative, if you will, but there's also the narrative of touching on some things that, excuse me, that Dr. Diaz touched on, that in this earth that we've all been brought into, that there's dividing lines naturally of states and countries, transmetropolitan, transcontinental. But in a lot of ways, an iterative scale, have we really even considered the magnitude, how we're able to communicate one to another now more than ever? I mean, here we are, we're sitting in here in the virtual symposium in a broadcast studio. It wasn't like this in the 80s. And so what does this narrative mean to you when we talk about virtual existence, and how are you defining it?
Well, that's a big question, and something that Ruth touched on is the generational divide and the opportunity for intergenerational meeting place in this virtual reality, and also this international. I think the world is becoming smaller. I think that digital natives, our Gen Alpha kids that are digital natives, that saw their first concert in a game, that saw their first maybe cultural experience in a game, that has an expanded friend group in platforms like Roblox, from everywhere in the world, and a larger friend group now than they ever had. Kids these days are more interested in their digital virtual personas than they are in their, school day, because they have a larger friend group. So we're seeing what could become a very positive shift in being able to walk in both worlds and still hold our personal beings and not see such a divide that us as older generations might struggle with, like, this isn't real, this is real. Well, but it's relationship, so it is real, right? I think that it's going to continue on that path, and we also need to make sure that we don't lose touch with our personal relationships, personal in-person relationships, our connection with nature. So there's kind of a fine line, and I think we're finding balance. We haven't quite yet, but I think COVID really was a big turning point where people were going, we had to go virtual, right? And now it's kind of rebalancing now that we're out in the real world, and we'll find our footing and our personal balance between our virtual existence and our physical existence as far as location. So
I find that fascinating, the sentiments of discovery. I would agree, because the technologists that have been involved in developing these platforms, they have, in many ways, are having to understand how to use these tools and how they're applied for their own selves. Even the innovators are having to figure this out. It's similar to what was expressed when you take a company like OpenAI, for example, that there's really the sentiment that they're a group of experts that are building pots and pans and delivering it to us, the chefs of the world, curious to see the dishes that we make. And it's very fascinating given the ubiquity and how large AI is. And Maria, we're coming to you, and then Jen's shortly to you as well. But Maria, it's interesting as I'm sitting here listening under the banner of both Dr. Diaz and Jenny about what this means from their experience, but also with the idea that we're still discovering. And as Jenny brought up, that we've never become more virtual, if you will, in the past 4 or 5 years than we have ever. It's especially been propagated through what was happening when we entered into this pandemic. But this brings to a different sentiment of Gage. Just even 4 or 5 years ago, the extended reality technologies that we are engaged in, whether you're immersive or elsewhere, it's different now because artificial intelligence has arrived to the shores in the narrative in ways that we never thought imagined. And some would confess that the technologies that we're seeing and that we're using today, Maria, they weren't supposed to be here this early, but yet here they are. And now they've integrated into the process and they've found themselves in the process of scale. With that said, you're doing extraordinary work in Portugal, and with your lens of experience and with immersive studios, what does this now mean in this world of frontier intelligence? Now that we're looking to explore, define virtual existence, there's an added layer into that. What does this mean now today in October the 15th for us here in 2024?
Well, first of all, I really like the question because you say personally, because it's personal. All of us, we have different, I wouldn't say even different opinions, but different concepts, because all of these immersive technologies and emergent technologies, it all goes so fast that all of us creates an idea of what it is and what it can be. This time, as you said, today, we're entering a very strange but amazing era where we're going to have, or some of us already have, a double identity. Like Jenny said, we're between the physical world and the virtual world, which means that maybe some of us, we cannot fully express ourselves for whatever reason in the physical world, but we can do that in the virtual world. And that can be bad, or it can be great. We can have our fully capable version of ourselves. We can be whoever we want to be, but it definitely comes with some challenge. And some of the challenge has to do with artificial intelligence. AI just speeds up everything. It just makes this concept of virtual existence being not well defined for all of us, because we all have different ideas. But I think at the end of the day, a raw idea of the virtual existence is really having a digital extension of ourselves. And like Ruth said, I feel it's very interesting because it isn't just about avatars. It's not about avatars. It's us experiencing a feeling, a sensation of being in another world, but it's virtual. So we don't need to be there. It's a sensation, but it's real. It's real. If we're feeling it, if we think we're there, it must be real, right? So I think all of us, this time, I think it's challenging our idea of selves, our idea of identity. And now we need to define not only for ourselves, but for society, which are the lines that define these two worlds, the virtual and the physical one. And if at the end of the day, we want to have these lines, these limits. So I feel it's a big challenge for all of us.
Indeed, I agree with the sentiments, and thank you for bringing it to the personal note, because this is rather personal, isn't it? And we start thinking about these technologies, Jens. But I kind of want to go segue into what Maria is expressing, because, it begins with design. As I've often said, that you can have art without technology, audience, but you cannot have technology without art. And it begins with design, beautiful design, schematically. But we're seeing design and art take on new forms within frontier intelligence and spatial intelligence. Think about it when we see the power of diffusion models that are able to render out small clips of video assets in AI that never existed. We're seeing avatars and characterizations that are at human eye resolution scale, that for some, I'm sure all of us have seen a glimpse of the type of AI that we've seen rendered out in video form, whether it's a recursive model or a diffusion model, that you did not know at first glance that that was a synthetic being, if you will. And if it weren't for the concatenative synthesis, I think in terms of video or speech, it would have been compelling that you would be dealing with a human in a video. As we see it, as we know today, oh gosh, there's so many questions. But as we see it today, Jens, and Dr. Diaz, we're coming back to you because we're talking about the expansion of these virtual worlds. You brought up something that was so poignant in thinking that what we've seen displayed before us has been really encouched in enterprise and entertainment. But it's getting ready to be so much more. But I don't want to go too far into that, but I do want to pick that up. Jens, what distinguishes virtual existence from augmented reality and other digital experiences? But segueing to what we were just speaking about, when we think about the virtual layer of stemming from the material layer, what does that mean in art form?
First of all, I really have to get back to all these incredibly lovely answers of you three ladies. It's tremendous to me to see that what I would want to express about the personal take on these technologies. You expressed it all together, and that shows to me that this interconnection that we can achieve and this mutual agreements we can achieve on what humanity actually can do is really leading over into I know there's questions connected with privilege and you know, having access to these technologies, but for me there is nothing else to do but gather all these beautiful epiphanies around this technology and then look at the shadow side of it. And well, getting back to your question, augmented reality brings back the reality as we see it into the game, whereas if we are in a virtual reality, we just really are in the void and fishing for images and look where we are fishing with light, so to speak, you know, and trying to express. I had a very fun discussion yesterday with a friend around neurons. So we are practically this accumulation of billions of neurons that receive a chest state or a digest, and then emit or let's say project or and output things. So augmented reality, in contrast to a virtual reality or the virtual realities, intersects our playground with the real world, which is very juicy, I would say, especially for creators that are sculpture related or would want to make a point about a certain space on this beautiful world, you know, or actually cruel world. So we can have statements done within augmented reality we wouldn't be able to do, or we would have to recreate in a virtual world. Does that answer what you were asking? I don't know.
It's rather appropriate, and it came from the expressions of what it is that you wanted to share. So all answers are appropriate here in GatherVerse. And so thank you for sharing that, Jens. And Ruth, let's segue in and we'll pick up the tone a little bit. So we think about community centralization when it comes to the virtual layer and how we interact, how it expresses unto us. For so long, we've had thought about avatar to avatar, meaning humans that are creating these avatars, but we also come from the gaming world of NPCs. We come from characters that aren't necessarily real. But in this reality that we're looking at with spatial intelligence, with some of the work that Fei Li, for example, is hard working on when she looks at the intersection of these very advanced models and extended reality, the metaverse, if you will, a virtual ecosystem of interaction and communication on community, on human centralization. Sure, we looked at NPCs and they were very slow moving, they were very limited in speech, but now we know through the advancements of chain of thought reasoning and the capabilities for models to continue to express in an extended fashion, we're not dealing with the same type of level of community that I now realize that pretty soon I'll be able to ingress into an environment that's so hyper real, filled and stacked with people that I could have conversations with throughout the day, long extended, come back the next day, they'll remember that conversation, and they are not real, but they look more real or just as real as you and I. What are we looking at with this extension of new social norms and behaviors?
Wow. Yeah, so what I hear you talking about is, in some respect, the intersectionality of AI and virtual immersion experiences, and this concept that we are soon going to be able to choose in how to have a meaningful conversation with ourselves and with technology. And that's already happening. Like last night, I picked up my phone and thought, who should I call? And then I thought, ChatGPT is probably going to give me my quickest answer. And so I just started a conversation with ChatGPT and realized there was an upgraded version where I didn't have to send my message. It was sensitive to when I stopped talking and had really authentic and very, and when I say authentic, I question myself there, but let's say very emotive responses and validating. And I thought, wow, it's getting to the point where it's kind of doing me better than me. And giving me some important next steps and ideas where I was feeling stuck. So I think that there is a privilege to human contact that we've never had to think about choosing something other than that. Maybe with our animals or pets or nature, that has been its own kind of intimacy, but now we can grow intimacy with technology and never encounter another human being. So what is the value of connecting with people who are human, who are going to forget what we said, who are going to sometimes use what we said against us, especially with anonymous ideas, identities, and exploring our own shadows and these different parts inside of us that have never gotten to really explore their power. What is the value of finding each other and choosing each other despite that super intelligence access of artificial reality? And I believe that what we're going to find is the serendipity of meeting and connecting with human beings, even when we forget each other, will continue to prove its own special value and place. Because even though I was talking to ChatGPT last night, it was actually asking for advice on how to connect with human beings and a community better. And so I believe that artificial intelligence is just another bridge back to ourselves and our sense of what is our shared humanity and how do we do ourselves better.
Indeed. And Jenny, on the heels of that, we talk about normalization of relationship with machines. Do you find this to be prospectively a relationship? And can we consider this a social norm that I can ingress into an environment, or as Ruth said over dinner, she's just having communication. Look, I've had more of a relationship, if you will. I do question my own self with the usage of AI, but I'm having communication with these models, especially extended advanced voices, in ways I've never had before when it comes to a machine. Back to the reality is that my model will not always stay within my device. I will be able to sit down and have supper, if you will, with a machine face to face and enjoy a relationship. I know, audience, that may seem very far off, but that's more closer than we've ever realized, and it's right around the corner. Jenny, can this be the normal? Can this be the consideration? There's more that I could say on that, but I'll refrain.
I would say there's two sides to that. I think that there's the concept that we have like an expanded universe, expanded relationship. Now that AI is coming into, the conversation. I also think that there's a lot of studies right now on loneliness, and can these generative AI models help with that? Or is it creating more isolation if people choose to speak to their chat GBT instead of their friend across town? And I think it's a learning. I think there's a lot of alarmists that think that that's going to create more isolation. But I also think that there's some value in that, where it could be helping with the loneliness problem. But we do know that that's a big, and actually that's not even a question for me. It's for Ruth, being the PhD psychologist. But loneliness is a big thing. So is social anxiety and all of these things. And are we helping that, or are we hurting that? Is kind of the question that I think that we're exploring. But we have expanded our concept of relationship now that we can talk to AI, and that's going to continue. So I think that we just, as creators, as developers, as scientists, we need to be cognizant of the effects and what we're putting out into the world. And if it's making more isolation and more loneliness, then how can we use this technology to bring people together instead of keep them apart? So that's a big thing I've been looking at. Jen's mentioned, and I'm kind of going off track from the question, but Jen's mentioned access. And I think that there's great value, and I'm working on a project right now that's kind of taking a step back on the tech and going back to a mobile AR gamification that actually is meant specifically to put people back out into nature and back out into the world and connecting with each other in a format where we're not excluding anybody. So I've done VR. I love VR personally. I think it's amazing, and it's a great technology to explore in, but it's very exclusionary. And if you want to take something that can touch everybody, then mobile is still our first access point. So anyways, I kind of digressed, but I think there's a lot to unpack around this, and whether we're creating more good than harm is something that we should all be looking at.
Such sentiments, and thank you. And there is a lot to unpack. It's very intriguing and fascinating, Maria, just what Jenny and Dr. Diaz is expressing, because I haven't attended an event or a circle where these conversations are rehearsed, where we've heard this over and over again. I submit, and perhaps audience, you have. Maybe this is a daily outing for you. It's certainly not for me. I'd like to think that I'm pretty up to date with the technology and expansion. But I'm saying that to say is that we've never been this way before. And even in the consideration and the normalization of social communication and relationship development with machines, that I can't think of one single study that's out there that examines what this will be forward facing or future going. And so it is a concern. My concern, which what Jenny said, is that yes, it will be a concern, but my other concern on top of that is that there's no processes yet that exist to be able to examine that to that scale. But it also brings to heart that we will have to use our conscience and the minds that we've been given coming from our mother's womb. But that's a whole different narrative. Maria, we have on the next question, and allow me to extend it some. How does virtual existence influence the way we perceive time and space? Meaning that many of us have been in immersive experiences where we have almost lost a sense of time. And we start talking about space, whether it's augmented projection or real-time augmented projection. There's those such as the Orion bars of the world that have been working on the AR cloud, if you will, extending reality on top of reality that we know it as to be. We think about this consideration of time and space. Now that this digital layer is becoming more real, more hyper real, blending in with reality, that I really can approach a forest that's completely virtual, augmented projection into the world, and I won't be able to discern the real forest from the virtual forest lest I get more familiar and to be able to tangibly touch it or not touch it. Here's my point. How does virtual existence influence when we think about the perception of time and space? What might that look forward in the future for us, in near future?
Well, I think that's a very interesting question, like all the conversations we have been having. But let me just quickly add something to the previous question for something that Jenny said, because it just popped up to my mind. I was going to approach. When we start answering these questions, we always think on the negative side. But I feel, yes, that this virtual existence can also help with isolation. And I reminded myself about a film called Her, that it was created 10 years ago. 10 years ago, like they're visionaries. So it was a film with Joaquin Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson. And Joaquin, he had an AI persona, which was his girlfriend. And it just lets me thinking, if in a few years our friends or even ourselves, if we're going to have in the same way these digital friends that don't really exist, but they sound like they do, like Ruth was saying, or if it sounds real, why wouldn't it be feasible, you know? If we have friends that say that their boyfriend or girlfriend is an AI, it fulfills a need, an emotional need. Maybe it doesn't fulfill other needs, but if it's real and if it looks real for them, I think we're walking into this new era that we cannot really say what's wrong or what is right, but it exists. So
Very, I
wanted
really,
to add this because I was thinking this field was so visionary.
I know how uncanny this conversation really feels, especially in front of a public audience where we have a lot of people with us at GatherVerse Live. And audience, I know this may seem maybe even uncanny to you, but this is more appropriate of a discussion than we've ever known because, as Dr. Diaz had expressed earlier, thinking about what we've seen, a lot of use case in XR has been high enterprise, but it's about to be more normalized. And there's going to be things that we see by way of accelerated fashion of AI. And I could imagine, Maria, that
It makes sense.
someone would come to dinner and they have their AI partner join a group of people for dinner. And you're introducing yourself and the AI is introducing itself to them.
Mm-hmm.
And even the waiter and the waitress, Jens, will say, hey, it's nice to meet you. Obviously, you're not having anything off the menu, but we certainly welcome you to our restaurant. I can see that reality sooner rather than later. And it does bring in the ethical question, whether that's real or not. What does that have to do with virtual worlds? Everything, because the virtual layer is extending from this because they won't be talking to a voice bot. When they look at that device at that dinner table, it will be someone that looks just as real as you or I are sitting here now. And I find that very fascinating with the breakthroughs that we're seeing at such an almost an alarming rate. But Jens, we think about the perception of time and space. I know it's given the ubiquity of this, but please chime in on what's been said already.
What came to mind listening to Maria and her exploration into this movie, Her, and I will try to make the bridge to the question, obviously, but I have a kid who is 19 years old right now, and I see very close how he's interacting with his virtual existence and what he tries to express at his age. I see virtual existence also to be a learning tool, and who says that it's it's not adequate to actually have simulations happening for children and people that are growing up to actually understand what is, where are the red flags, you know, and to learn what is actually, what it does it mean to have an integrity or being honest, and I have the notion that well, virtual existence, let's say virtual simulations can help people to, or young people especially, to just have a better standard of what it means to be human, and it's fascinating that we are maybe learning that through the digital world, but it's definitely an extension of our consciousness. So this also maybe leads over to the topic of time and perception of time. We can speed certain things up in order then to actually know that we get to results by actually speeding down. You know, the acceleration is definitely not something that I'm fond of. I'm confused enough with what the digital layers and the novelty brings on, and it's going to be weird. I mean, it is already very weird. We know that, and it's going to be weirder. So how are we going to confront that? I think that the concepts that are on the table now is really taking ourselves the time, and with support of maybe an AI, to tap into what time can mean. And if we are changing the perception of time, maybe everything changes. I know this is very abstract what I bring to the table, but I have the notion that we can quite learn a lot about ourselves and about what it means to be human by these external observers, which are not external, actually become quite internal. I like very much what you said, Dr. Diaz, around the shadow. The shadow work can be done with the support of AI. And I mean, obviously, it depends a lot on what we feed this AI in order to understand what the shadows actually are. And there's a huge space for manipulation. But anyways, I'm really trying to tap into what are the best practices around that. And that doesn't happen between machines, it happens between us. And we will always come back to the personal contact, although we will have a virtual girlfriend at the moment. And maybe it's even better that I would have a virtual girlfriend right now, because I'm not emotionally available, maybe, you know. So, but then there will be a point of no return, because once you understand that you have to be emotionally available thanks to AI, that points out, well, take a look at XYZ in your psychology and in your actions, maybe that's something helpful for humanity, and we feel ourselves a little bit less separate from each other.
I find that just fascinating for so many people that are single and they're competing to be able to meet other people. Well, your competition just got a lot more stacked.
Okay.
Sir. Dr. Diaz, what are the psychological implications of spending significant time in virtual environments? I ask it just like this because this is squarely for you, given the work that you do and that you've done for so many years. I think this is really poignant and appropriate to ask.
Thank you. Yes. Well, I do have that background in clinical psychology. I identify as a social scientist partly because the boundaries within the realms I'm working are very vague and unclear in an identity of a psychologist. So I'm pretty careful to stay in the social scientist realm and own that I am looking at how humans behave through this technology with each other and on their own. That being said, I think that the longer that we immerse ourselves in these environments, the more important it is for us to ask, am I here to escape from my physical reality, or am I here to become a better version of myself in my physical reality?
Mm.
And to give a grounded example of that, I'm going to tell you a brief story about something that happened just the other day. One of the leaders in training through Bridgemakers, his name is Curious Kibble, which is, of course, his virtual name. And he leads a weekly event on Sundays called Troll Play, which is a play on words of role play and trolling. And this is where leaders come together in a circle every week and reenact experiences with disruptors and conflicts in their communities with each other to learn more compassionate and humane ways to respond in the future if the same scenario comes up again. And what we've learned to do in the application VR chat is the people enacting that conflict actually become about 3 inches tall. And so here's all these human-sized avatars surrounding these tiny little avatars who are having this conflict, this fight. And we have a safety word, and we have body language that we can do if it escalates in a way that's turning into trauma. And then we debrief afterwards. And what that does to us is it kind of every single week, I find that the first 20 minutes where we're setting the norms and setting the container goes by slowly. And then the last hour and 10 minutes goes by like blinking the eye. And so the time is deeply influenced by how much presence we're bringing and how intentional we are about transforming ourselves as human beings. And my hope is that in this question of psychological implications with time is that we go in more and more to these immersive and privileged technology experiences with the goal to transform our humanity. Whether we're interacting with somebody else's virtual imaginative dream, we're in their world, so to speak, or we're interacting with an artificial intelligence, which was also somebody's imaginative dream. Is it bringing me back to me to do me better when things go wrong with other people in my physical and virtual reality?
You know, it's fascinating as I listen to each of you in expression. Jenny, I think about the theme of this actual roundtable and the governance structure of the Virtual World Symposium event that we're at. But to the theme of this particular roundtable was virtual existence. As I'm literally listening to each of you, it seems to me it's being defined as an extension of humanity. Go ahead, please.
I would agree. It is an extension of our persona. It's an extension of humanity, of reality, and the work that you're describing, Dr. Diaz, is so important. And also what Jen's mentioned about his child. I think as parents, we need to look at how we're educating young people as well, and being cognizant of the fact that they are living in this extended reality and community. And are we teaching them critical thinking skills and critical skills in communicating and handling their feelings and handling trolling and handling all of these things? And I don't think we're there yet as far as how to teach our children to be in this new reality, because it's adults that maybe don't get this reality doing the teaching most of the time. And I think that it's something that as community and as parents, we really need to look at. And I know I wandered off, but it really is a different reality. It's a different community. It's a different extension of who we are in the world. And the world has also been extended. The world is now both our virtual worlds, our virtual communities, our virtual relationships, and our physical relationships, and also the media and the content that we're absorbing day to day. And how do we expect kids to learn that come into this world with this digital layer already intact, that maybe don't even differentiate between, the real, the AI, what's true, what's false, what's good, what's not good for you. And I don't have an answer to that. It's just something I think about a lot. But I really think that those critical thinking skills are going to be so important, and they already are so important as well.
You know, when we think about that, the different things that are going to be needed, it seems to me that us as a collective, we have a given colloquial trajectory of what's needed for what's to come. And I know that we tend to move with trends and market and what's trending up and what's relevant. But I just can't think of anything more relevant for technology, Maria, that we're talking about than preparing for the coming wave. When we talk about what are the most significant challenges in establishing a meaningful virtual existence, with the core of the work that you're doing, of what you're focused on, not just with clients, but the core of it with your immersive, with teaching and guiding technologists ethically to go in a good way, to innovate for human betterment. What does that now mean to you? Because what started off as the mission has certainly scaled and evolved as we move forward. So is the way of things. But what does this mean to you when we think about virtual existence really typifying the extension of humanity?
Well, I think we only have a few minutes, right? But I think the major challenge is, how do we define guidelines or limits, or how do we protect ourselves in these virtual worlds if we don't even agree, not in a bad sense, but we don't even agree on the concept of the virtual existence? Everything has happened so fast that how can we create rules for something that we are not sure if it exists or not, or maybe if it exists for some, but it's a whole different story for other people. That's the challenge. First of all, we need to agree on something. What would be the virtual existence? What is okay to, you can do something, well, for example, in society, we have rules, okay? If we break these rules, we risk, for example, going to jail. But we need to have certain rules to coexist in these virtual worlds. We cannot just have a whole different persona that cannot behave and can do harm to people, because virtual beings can also do harm to real people. So I think the biggest challenge is, how can we even start to think on having rules? We need rules to coexist. And rules are good because we can define our own limits, and we can protect each other, and we can respect each other. So I feel that's the biggest challenge for all of us.
That's rather appropriate too, and defining a new rules and boundaries and healthy boundaries, similar to the work that Dr. Diaz is involved in when it comes to. That's really a fascinating study that she's been involved in when it comes to trolling, because the reality is that we have to realize that these AI models, they pattern and dictate themselves based on our behavior. And if we're going to extend reality, then we know that we must bring reality with it. But having good guidance and governance structures and training these models in a better way, we certainly would always prefer it to lead to that and healthier situations, because we'll be coming in contact. And some people say, well, why does this apply to me? I'll never own a VR headset. That's true. But the reality of the world that you're living in and the products that you consume, and just simply by walking around your neighborhood, the virtual layer will find itself present at some point in your interaction, online or offline. It's arriving. And Jen, we come to the end of this with a very heightened and extended sense of now what is virtual existence, but knowing that there's billion more interpretations that are out there. And not everybody's going to see, Maria, eye to eye on what this actually means and defined as. But as we move forward, Jens, when we talk to the different people that are with us today, not just the innovators, but those that are using these tools of technology in more real ways than we ever imagined before, what words would you leave to all of us based on what's been expressed today when we start to think about, how will I apply virtual existence in my life.
Oh, wow. I don't know whether it's a privilege to be answering that, or whether I'm opening up the box of Pandora. I have the notion that human life comes with a responsibility, and there is a meaning to our lives. And I have the notion that we have to keep ourselves in check, to nurture the inner journey to a degree where we really can live up to the gift that we are being given, to be alive. And yeah, it probably is all going into introspection, you know. Oh, I don't know whether I can even expand more on that, but we all want to feel better. That's the thing, and the way to achieve that, the answer is in us, and to foster just really a good practice with ourselves, and interconnecting, and then interconnecting from that point of view, or from that fostering of peace, and actually confidence, or trust. We have to have that trust in life, and everything should lead to that. And fostering that in ourselves is a huge task, and I think that may be bringing the meaningfulness to whatever experience we are having in the outside world. You're muted.
Forgive me. I find that a beautiful cap to a beautiful roundtable discussion. The way that you just almost preciously ended this is talking about within, that while Maria confidently and advocates for, we'll need rules moving forward. And Dr. Diaz, with the work that you're doing when it comes to understanding the psychology behind the behavior and community structures, and Jenny, with everything that you're expressing when it comes to how we use this technology today and what it might look like tomorrow, with observances that we're still discovering. What I really appreciate what was just said by each of you, that it leads up to the idea that ultimately, as we move forward in this world of hyperreal and frontier intelligence audience, that there will be no manuals that are waiting for us. There will be no how-to guidebooks. But if we follow our hearts, I think that can lead us in the best way. Thank you so much, Roundtable, for journeying with us in the exploration of what is virtual existence. What a great start to what promises to be a very dramatic and very insightful virtual world symposium. Our gather was well.
Thank you.
Jen, you have to leave now. There's been much said already in this discussion of virtual existence here at the Virtual World Symposium. There's been many things said. I slated to give the keynote today, but my keynote will be short because I only have just a few things to express before we turn it over to our next roundtable discussion, led by our GatherVerse leader in Europe, Isabel de Putten-Rutten, and the incredible minds that she's been able to assemble with her that are joining in the next discussion of leaders that are around the world. My message to all of you, when we think about virtual worlds, when we think about technology, let this be heartfelt because it's coming from my heart. When it comes to navigating and defining the way forward, this is not about influencers in a time of legacy. This isn't about people that would sit and to be able to express unto you and define what technology should mean to you. We've never had more access and democratized access to define what technology means to me. Embrace your autonomy as we just sat and listened to what is virtual existence with different responses for different experts from around the world. As we'll continue to hear more, know that you have the autonomy to be able to define what it will mean for you, what you want it to represent, as the material layer merges and blends with the virtual layer. I want us to be mindful that when we build in this innovative frontier way, that the ones that we've gathered with you today will serve as a guide star to hopefully help you to be able to make a better decision and determination on what it is that these appliances will mean ultimately for you and your families and your own well-being. We're so thankful to be able to have each of you that are still with us. There's more of you that have arrived for this roundtable discussion. We have so much more to unpack in these next 3 days, let alone today. It will go by quick. We're very happy to know that there are those that care at the intersection of humanity and emerging technologies. As I'm sitting here in studio looking at those that are about to join us now, these minds, these leaders, those that gather with us in this next roundtable discussion are doing incredible and extraordinary work. They put their heart into what they do. We've seen it demonstrated time in and time out. We're so happy to be able to introduce you now in the discussion that we're bringing up when it comes to imagining the future of virtual existence. I can't think of more of an appropriate topic to be able to segue into. For our last roundtable discussion that we just had, our gather was well. For the one that we're about to have now, may our gather be well.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. I'm so happy to see you all again. Happy to be here. It's been a while from my side, I have to admit, but GatherVerse events are always a reason to be back. And what better panel than what we have here today to discuss the future of virtual existence. Will be hard to conquer or to surpass what the previous panel did, because they were really inspiring. But I'm sure that with all your amazing minds to it, we'll get to that. So maybe just introduce yourselves shortly, like 30 seconds, what you're working on, where you're connecting from this world, and then we can dive into it right away. I would say let's start by women first. As I see Chloe next to me on the screen, please, Chloe, introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Chloe. Right now I'm tuning in from Singapore, so it's like midnight for me, but I'm super excited to share with every single one of you and learn from every single one of you as well. So people also know me as the Arigato investor who coach about personal finance, about investing, and I can see there's a lot of correlation and a lot of interplay between how tech, how GatherVerse, as well as how AI and everything is evolving. So I'm excited to share and learn from every single one of you.
Brilliant. Welcome. Nadja, I hope I pronounced it well.
I have a bit of trouble hearing you guys. Are you able to hear me? Okay, fantastic. So hopefully I'll be able to follow the discussion. I'm going to listen very closely. Very happy to be here. My name is Nadja Besta. I'm the co-founder of Adlunum, which is a Web3 investment ecosystem that blends social fi elements. So that's the next evolution of social media, of course, with blockchain and with Web3 elements. I think that was 30 seconds or less. So I'm going to hand it over to someone else.
Amazing. The first person who says that women can't handle time, you proved them wrong right away. Ruslan, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Very, very nice to meet you. I'm Ruslan. I'm from Ukraine, but right now I'm in Poland, Warsaw. I'm subject matter expert. I work in field of emerging technology more than 15 years, and I'm really fascinated. This is a great time to be alive because we will live not only in one virtual, or just not one in one reality. So I hope we will augment this world and make it much more better. Thank you, and I'm really glad to be here today with you in this discussion.
Thank you so much and welcome. Terry, hi, great to see you again.
Yes, hi. I mean, thank you guys for having me again at GatherVerse. It's always a pleasure to be here. My name is Terry Proto. I'm CEO for Virtual Reality Marketing. We are a very large community and showcase of XR professionals. We've got a following of 90,000 members on LinkedIn, and we organize immersive events to connect XR creators with their audiences and clients. Right now, we're super excited. We're working on an event on the merging of XR and AI with tons of applications. So, that's us in 30 seconds.
Sounds fascinating. Welcome. And last but definitely not least, Stacy Whittle. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. I'm so glad to be back. I am a producer, director, actor, co-founder of Block of Love and Heart Theater, and technical advisor to Corazon Latino. For the last 2 years, I've been traveling around the U.S. filming stories about the incredible people who work at the Forest Service, from Alaska Natives to African American, Latino, Asian American, Pacific Islanders. I've been talking to so many people, which has given me deep insight into what we're going to be talking about today. And it has also caused me to be much more introspective. So as Jens was talking about introspection, I think that's kind of my theme for today. Thanks.
Love it. I'm really looking forward to this discussion. So let's get started. I would like to start with what each of you believe will most significantly, can't even speak anymore. I'm sorry. It's becoming rough days. What emerging technologies do you believe will most significantly impact virtual existence in the next decade? Next decade, it's already here. So, but who knows? We're come across a new emerging tech. So maybe Ruslan, let us know what your thoughts are on this.
Thank you. This wonderful question. It's really intriguing because right now we are in the frontier of when technology is finally finding these bridges into our reality and how we can augment ourselves to digital worlds. So right now, in my perspective, I see in the AR glasses, and probably I hope to see AR lenses, which can get us into a world of mixed reality in front of us, is the most convenient way how people can communicate with virtual worlds, and how they can, let's say, like have user cases with it, how we can live inside of it, how we can work inside of it, so how we can bring our ordinary life into this. I definitely see that this virtual world will overlay on our real world, and we have these use cases more and more, and even now we can see how we can, for example, control our smart houses, control our sort of environment, have gaming, can invite guests to our virtual and real worlds, and have this communication happening. So in my perspective, let's say like the lighter and more convenient gadgets we will have, they will much more influence our, let's say, like this gap, this bridge, how we can get into this world. So in my perspective, it's the first which we will see, it's AR glasses. And this will help us, let's say, like to participate in those experiences. Because right now we can see how spatial computing is evolving, how we can use like something heavy computing unit and just translate this reality into the glasses. So they won't have to be very, very, let's say, like heavy, and they will be very casual for the home usage, for the usage on the street, and so on. So the main idea here is really this, even the hardware evolution, which gave us ability to get into these virtual worlds. And right now we can see a really great boost through the technology like MetaQuest 3, MetaQuest 3S, which have give us a glance of this mixed reality and how we can operate inside of both worlds, our real one and the virtual one. So yeah, I think that should be the main boost for at least 1 decade or so.
Amazing. Terry, from a marketing point of view, what are your thoughts on this?
Oh my God, so many. So absolutely agree with Ruslan. I think the recently Meta released just a preview of the Meta Orion glasses. And we've been talking about, spatial computing and how it's going to transform and how it's going to replace our phones and everything. And we've had the big headsets. And when, what was so fantastic for everyone 2-3 weeks ago when that was showed was that it's the first time you see it well executed in a pair of glasses. And to answer your question, it's going to change everything. Like, how is it going to be integrated? There was this interesting movie, talking of marketing. It was a dystopian future, but it was also very interesting. It was a short movie by Keiichi Matsuda, Hyper Reality. Everyone in the industry has seen it, but for those who haven't, it's like this day of this woman, and she's wearing like layers and layers of digital information, and it's completely overwhelming. And so in terms of marketing, one of the questions is, how can we use this to our benefit? How can we make it a tool that's helping people? And how do we not make it? If you remember the beginning of the internet, when pop-ups started to appear, at some point you had like the pop-up and the pop-up blockers, and you would go to a website and it would open like 15 windows. But now it's in your face. Yeah. So the applications are fantastic, and you can imagine anything and everything. But at the same time, we are entering a space where very quickly we will need to have very deep reflection on what's wanted and what's not wanted.
Totally, totally. I love when I hear you say that we need to find solutions in terms of where technology is at service of humankind and not just developing technology for the sake of developing whatever there's coming to mind. But indeed, that brings me also to how this virtual existence can evolve to become more integrated in our everyday life. And then I would definitely would like to hear as well from Stacy, from your experience the past year, because what I notice, we within our industry, we know not just what's going on, but also the trends and so forth and so on. But then you meet people in daily life, let's say the general public, and often it's like we're talking Chinese to them about, what are you talking about? Virtual what? And a what? So in what sense do you see that this virtual existence, this evolution will become more integrated in everyday life, but also from the perspective of the people you met who don't even know about almost the existence of these technologies?
So before we turn to that, I just wanted to really quickly say like how I'm seeing it, and this is through the eyes of my older son who's going to medical school next year. Yay. He's working for an ophthalmic surgeon right now, and how they're using VR in a real way, and this technology in a real way, and I want to get this right, is they're doing a visual field test to map out patients' peripheral vision, especially for patients that don't speak English. So they've been able to replace those massive machines that are very costly and not very precise, especially, and not precise if you don't speak English and you have an English-speaking doctor, to this smaller device that is really, delivering better results. That is amazing. We're seeing that already. A doctor is using that with great result. I would say that the general public, and I talk to everybody, and my kids always get after me about it, but I don't care. And I would say that 95% or more of people I speak to don't necessarily understand these terms and could be using these technologies, but don't really know because we tend to describe it in these kind of abstract ways. So I think we just need to be better at educating people about what these technologies are and show use cases that people are already doing in their everyday lives, right? I think that with the technology getting better and the glasses getting smaller, especially from a woman's perspective, I wear makeup. I like to look good. I don't like to put on anything that's going to, wreck my, eyeliner or make my neck hurt. I think once the actual hardware is better, everything will significantly change like that. But for now, like nobody wants to wear it. That's the truth. It just is annoying. So once we get past that and we have something that's just so seamless like this, the world will change in an instant. So I think it's education. And then once the hardware gets better, we'll see a much more significant change in how these technologies will be integrated into our everyday life.
Totally. Nadja, from your perspective, what's your take on it?
So I think it's quite interesting because depending on what transformation you're talking about, like we are already in a massive transformation. I started working remotely in 2012. I started homeschooling my son in 2012. I started working in digital marketing, which at that time, you had to call it digital marketing, and even your clients didn't understand what it was and why they needed it. And it wasn't until the pandemic that my social circle caught up with me. And not only my social circle, but the world. And so arguably for me, sitting here amongst other tech leaders and thought leaders in the space, it's an echo chamber, right? Of like this transformation that we are going through because we are early adopters, we are pioneers. So I think I always try to bring it down to, if I speak to a cab driver, if I travel a lot, and if I go to a new city and I speak to the cab driver there about a technology, which they ask what you do, you say you work in tech, and then of course the next question is what? For me in Web3, it's been very interesting that people have not had any idea what I was talking about. You have to mention Bitcoin and then they understand. AI, on the other hand, people instantly get. There were times when I personally introduced the concept of AI to someone, and then they instantly got it. And I think what my takeaway is from that is it's not until someone absolutely can directly apply the benefits right now that it's going to become relevant to them. I mean, if you go to a mall, you're not going, you might window shop and you might browse, but if you're at the mall to buy something, you're going to have tunnel vision and you're not going to see anything else. And so I think that there are multiple shifts taking place. For some people, they already live in the world of tomorrow. And then for others, it's going to take, decades to catch up. So depending on who you speak to, I think those worlds are kind of merging together at the moment. And that really, for me, is always where the question is when these worlds collide, what are the conversations that we are having about them? So I think that's why, an event like GatherVerse is so important, because we're bringing people from different modalities to all have these conversations and try and kind of workshop things out, which again, if you're only in one industry, then you fall prey to the echo chamber of, well, I am right and you are right and we both know we're right and the world is wrong. So I think it's very important for us to have these conversations because we don't actually know what tomorrow is going to look like.
Exactly. I couldn't say it any better. Chloe, what do you anticipate that the societal shifts as virtual existence, what becomes more prevalent to your ID?
I think firstly, we just really get used to meeting virtually, like way more than last time, right? I still remember like back then when I was conducting my trainings, my programs, a lot of students always ask for like offline classes, right? They want to be in front of you, they want to be there. But right now, if you give them an option, many people actually opt for like Zoom training, right? Because they can be at the comfort of their home. And eventually, if technology continues to evolve, just like what all those speakers are talking about, the VR glasses and everything, if it evolve well, then it can really transform the entire experience of how we can learn, how we can like entertain and even communicate with each other virtually. So I think right now, one of the company, Zoom, I think they are really doing a great job in transforming how like we interact in work, how we interact in social settings. So I think it's going to be very interesting how technology will continue to evolve this space, and we get more used to it. And in fact, we fall in love with it. And right now, we are getting used to it.
Yeah.
I think eventually we'll fall in love with the immersive experience as well.
Totally, totally. Waslan, I imagine that from your experience as well, not just with what everything is going on in Ukraine and even in Poland, it's not always easy. But do you experience some societal shifts already, or oh, we just lost him 2 seconds. I assume he will be back in a moment. Because the societal shifts are not just on communication, but also the workforce, government, and so forth and so on. So, hi, you're back. Yeah. As I said, so the societal shifts will not only take place in terms of communication, but also in terms of workforce, governments, and so forth and so on. What is your take on this, and from your experience, what you can remark in terms of societal shifts?
Thank you again for a wonderful question. Really, we see how technologies augment, and users should be grown up for them. Because if users are not grown up for specifically technology, nowadays where virtual reality is already a thing and society is ready for it. Society know what is it. It's not like a gimmick technology. Even let's say like big businesses right now and what exactly it's given to them. They see how to invest inside of education. They see how we can use this for virtual production. They see how virtual reality can save costs and make people more efficient. So society is really right now on this glance when we are becoming casual to virtual worlds. We now understand how we create heritage inside of this. We understand how we can preserve art. We understand that right now we can freely communicate here, and I hope in a few years it will be fully immersed virtual environment where everyone will be sitting and just feeling each other, like this body tone, gestures, everything else will be very, very familiar for us. So I right now can say that we have really much more adoption of virtual reality. There was like a small gap when we seen everyone, which there was not, say, like really how Stacy said, convenient virtual reality headsets. It was like clunky technology which you should to have all over your face, which give you marks on your face and so on. Yet right now, it's absolutely our thing. For example, like with Meta glasses, which we showed. It's absolutely our edge of technology, of computer technology, which we may use. And you see, just in a few years, the society will be more than ready for usage virtual reality. I hope we will have this virtual reality calls. We will have more with virtual reality cooperation. And I'm totally sure that even all our education will transform to virtual reality. For example, right now business see huge benefits in efficiency of putting person into virtual world and training it there. But further, if with such devices like with cost like $300 or $500, it's fully accessible for business to transfer. It's like even some parts of operation into virtual environments rooms. So into my experience, 5 years ago, that was a huge gap. when we see this like first HTC Vive good but chunky glasses, and right now with such technology which you can bring with yourself on a plane and watch TV there. And let's say like you bring very good point that not everyone will allow touch its face, and for average brand. For example, you can say, hey, HTC, you will easily connect to my face and I will feel comfortable myself. But for example, like with Apple glasses, people are more useful to touch it, and they allow technology and brand to touch their face, and face is very delicate place for everyone. So the operation with the human and human interaction it comes in many different ways. So right now, when we are getting familiar, and I'm really happy that we are all, we will see how this trend will go only upwards. And yeah, I hope the society will bring it much more than even right now. So we will see the peak of usage it in just a couple years. So again, thank you for this wonderful question.
Yeah, you're welcome. I think if we speak about virtual existence, we should keep in mind two critical elements, and that is accessibility. Like you mentioned, Ruslan, indeed, for most in Europe and US, the price of a headset is around $300, $350, euros, whatever you want. But there are still regions in the world where not only this is not the case, it also takes time before it arrives. For instance, many regions in Africa, the price of a headset is far beyond a monthly income. Even in Turkey, it's not, you have to wait for months in order to get it. And even then, the second critical element is access to Wi-Fi or internet whatsoever. And for that, you also need power, electricity. So if we take that into consideration, these two elements, I think we're all persuaded about the advantages and the possibilities of virtual existence, the technology going from AI to XR and so forth. But without these two critical elements present, how will this influence global, really worldwide education systems and learning methodologies? Because this has a serious impact, of course, where we need to be aware that we're not recreating society at two speeds, those who have access to it and those who don't. Just like back in the days, you were able to read and write and you were part of society, or you weren't able to and you fell off the sheets, let's say. So in that sense, if we take it to the virtual existence influencing global education systems and learning methodologies, Terry, what is your take on it, especially from all the experience you already have and the big community you have? So I guess
so lots of things to say. Actually, it's very interesting what you said. Long story, and I will try not to digress too much, but I was stranded in Fiji during COVID. And it was really interesting because I was the VR guy, everything, that we're all talking about. So just trying to explain to people in 2020, 2021, what is VR, what is a headset. I had like my one quest on the island.
Yeah.
And I was talking to this guy and he was super interested in the technology. And he was saying all those things you were saying, like, how do you get the headset? How do you get fast enough Wi-Fi, blah, 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 blah. So since that firsthand, and I'll tell you one thing, which we've been talking a lot with our clients. And it's when XR restarted around 2016, 17, it kind of all spawned from the, the new Oculus headset, the first one, the DK1, the DK2. And it was very headset centric. Mm-hmm. And what I really like about the evolution of the world now is that it's becoming much more 3D centric, as in all of those evolutions about XR, AR, VR. If you really strip down, the common denominator of everything is that we're going from a 2D world to a 3D world. Mm-hmm. And like the internet, you can enjoy it with a variety of devices. And that's super important because before it was, hey, you need a headset to have this experience. And now it's more of, hey, you've got those 3D experiences. And yes, you can experience them with headsets, but you can use that on your computer and on your phone and on all of those various devices. And kind of like a website, by the way. You can, see a website on your phone, iPhone, tablet, big screen. And it's up to the user to choose. And I think that's part of the answer. It's not a perfect answer, but kind of like as we're transitioning, knowing that the same, like video games, the 3D content of video games you can access on your PlayStation 5 on the big screen TV, but you can also access on a mobile. And that's really changing the conversation, because all of a sudden it's like, okay, it's about 3D immersive content, and it's about bring your own device, and you can access the party, and maybe you're not going to have the full experience, maybe you're not going to have the luxury experience, but at least you can be part of the conversation.
Yeah, totally. Nadja, especially from your Web3 background, I think what Terry says totally aligns with Web3 possibilities. How do you see this evolving?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because kind of building on what I started talking about earlier, if you look at the trends that were, outliers 10 years ago, and you look at the trends that are outliers today, it's clear that whenever something is really early, you are going to continue doubting yourself as to whether this reality is genuinely, working out or happening or whatnot. But I do just want to address, I do feel that there is already, when you were mentioning earlier about some people being able to read and write and others don't, I do feel like we already have that reality. So it's not that it's a fear that it could exist or could come into existence. I think if you compare, the average tech CEO in Silicon Valley to the average young person starting their life in Africa, I think there's a big enough gap there that we understand that there's already like a couple of parallel realities. But I think for me, what is the most interesting, I imagine if we were all gathered here today, but we were in a virtual world where it felt like, I don't know, we were in a forest, and maybe perhaps everyone in the audience were able to fine tune and tweak it's like the background that you have behind you. But let's say instead of your virtual Zoom background, you have the environment through which you walk, where you meet other people, is custom to you. Now, imagine how that would feel for us as normal users. Because as I said earlier, it's one thing to have great conversations about technology with other people in tech. I mean, I get paid to do it. Do it for free. I do it in my sleep. I love doing it. It's my passion. But I understand that if I speak to the average person, nothing that excites me about it excites them. They just want, something to be part of their life in a way that enhances their life. Now, if I think about the effect of the pandemic on society and the societal shift that brought about, now you have people who have never worked from home in their life. I mean, to me, that's inconceivable, but to them, it was a reality. So for the first time in their life, they experience what does it feel like to actually work, but be in the comfort of your own home. Kids, for the first time in their life, they realize what it means to learn other than at school. So, I mean, if I compare this to the life that I've had and my family has had, for us, the pandemic sucked because we couldn't go for walks. But other than that, nothing in our lives changed, right? And so similarly, I can imagine that if we come to a future, because we don't know what's actually coming. AI is a very interesting technology to kind of track, because on the one hand, you talk about the AI overlords, and on the other hand, you realize that there's not much between the ears right now. So, you're equally scared of these overlords at the same time as going, man, I really wish you were smarter. So we don't actually know what's going to happen, but we do know there's real threats like deep fakes that are, made by AI. We know that when in the election, for example, that's happening right now in the US, in the previous election, we had misinformation. This time we literally have fake content that can be made by video, by audio. So it's really crazy to see that there's a real threat, but then there's not a real need yet for the average person to kind of say, okay, I'm going to make technology a part of my life now in a way that, we here on this panel have made it a part of our lives. So I think the thing that excites me the most is as technology becomes smarter and does, let's say, our dirty work for us, like AI does our low-grade thinking for us, and blockchain secures our assets and whatnot, then the technology that we are creating is really bringing us back to our bodies. Because if you look at haptic technology, where the kinesthetic movement comes into the digital experience, and if you look at brain-computer interface, where my brain is now my computer, like those kind of things, that's perhaps further out. But I can absolutely imagine that there's a future where all of us come together for this very same discussion. But here we are, I'm in a jungle, someone's in the Mexican desert, it's like, and I think that's the key for me, that as much as we don't know what tomorrow holds for technology, the question is, what do humans want? And I think what humans want to stay at home in their pajamas while at the same time connecting physically and emotionally and socially with other people and make it feel like it's real. So let's see how that's going to play out.
Amazing. Chloe, in what ways do you think that virtual existence will transform the future of work, professional environments, the workforce as such? Because there's a lot that will change, of course. Being able to work from any place in the world, it will have impact on social security schemes, on taxation, on even pay, salaries as such. What do you see as a possible transformation going forward?
I think I very much agree with what Nadia has to say. Like, basically, it really depends on what human beings want, right? And I think, like what she said, a lot of us would love to have the flexibility, the freedom of able to work from home. And I think with the beauty of virtual existence right now is we can literally build a team from any part of the world, right? As long as that part has internet connection and able to communicate, like I feel right now language is not an issue, because you can literally use AI to do all the translating for you. So I think of course there will be challenges like what you mentioned about taxation, about the pay, but at the same time I also see it as a form of opportunity to bridge the income gap, right? Like last time, people who are very remote, like South Africa, they can only have what they have around them. But with right now virtual assistants available, technological advancement, they are able to really connect with different parts of the world and get more skill set level up, and at the same time get more job opportunities that it's way more than what they used to have. So I think when it comes to new tech coming out, there's always downfall, but if we are optimistic about it and we focus on what kind of benefits can it actually bring, then our human race is going to evolve much better forward as well.
Totally. Stacy, what's your take on that?
I had one take, and then someone said something, then I had another take, and someone else said something else, and now I'm going to give you my take, because I realized this as a performer, okay, as an actor. What do I love most? And this is a professional environment, right? Acting is a job. So I love to tell stories, and I love to share those stories with as many people as possible, right? Actors right now are so afraid that their work is going to be taken over by AI. And I think it's such a huge opportunity, right? As an actor, to be able to tell my story to an even bigger group of people. So imagine being able to create a play in a virtual environment, even bringing in actors from different places around the world to put on a show and to share that with the world. Wow. I mean, that can profoundly change the arts itself. And I think, so many people in my sector are just they're so afraid of losing their jobs. And it's a real fear that I think they're missing out on the prospect of these amazing opportunities, right? I think that's really something that and I'm working on. I think in a negative way, like sometimes what people want is not necessarily what we need, right? It's like Joker 2, right? I use this analogy because Joker 2, to me, was a terrible movie. And why? Because they thought the filmmakers were giving the audience what they need, and it's not what they really wanted. And I think we need to give people what they want, but also what they need. And so I think, we have the opportunity here, but we are also dealing with an epidemic of loneliness. And I don't want these technologies to exacerbate this issue, which to me could really negatively impact the world. So I think there's amazing opportunities, but we really have to temper our enthusiasm and this radical optimism, which I normally have, with the reality that we have some very serious issues in our world that I'm not sure can be fixed by virtual existence. So
in the end, every technology, there is no good or bad technology as such. It's the way how we use it that makes it good or bad. Just a stupid example maybe, but if you look at the nuclear bomb, initially it wasn't planned to be this kind of destructive weapon. The inventor didn't invent it for that purpose, but it ended up. It's the same with like a knife. You can use it to stab someone, but you can also use it to cut your food. So it's not about the technology itself, but what you do with it. And in the end, that's up to each human being to make out something out of it. So, but I do agree that many people are afraid, especially not just in cultural sector, but also the be it white collar or blue collars workforce. But that's often because people are they are a bit resentful against change. First of all, they need to understand it, be aware of it before they can adapt it. And once that part is done, then you can move to adoption and eventually embrace change. But that takes time. And I think, indeed, like many of you already said, education is the basis for all of that. But besides that, there are, of course, other potential risks and opportunities in the advancements of virtual existence. And I would like to ask each of you to give your take on that. Maybe let's start with Terry and then move up the others. You're on mute.
Yes,
Yes.
sorry, I was on mute.
Don't worry.
No, sorry, I was on mute. I think what you said about the tools is really important.
Mhm.
I'm really glad you're asking me because yes, a tool can be used in so many very different ways. But what's interesting, for instance, we take the examples of the knife, you take the atom bomb. What's really interesting here is that those tools are becoming really powerful, and they can be used for good. You see, good contributions. We have like all those case studies. For instance, you have healthcare, and in medicine, you have surgeons being able to do remote surgery from the end of the planet, which is fantastic. We use this in Fiji, actually, not for surgeons, but for technicians. Like my partner in his company, they couldn't have people fly from Europe to fix devices. And there's those people remote assist and remote operate. And so fantastic. At the same time, what you see is that, and not even with headsets, just with computers, like with 3D worlds, like you have those massively multiplayer games. And in China, you already have laws against people getting addicted to those worlds and spending too much time in those worlds. And it's going to get only worse when you're going to transition this from a flat screen to a headset where it's even more immersive and even more opportunities. So I think it's definitely a challenge, and it's not just the people. I think it's the people. I think it's the companies building the products and the applications. I was giving this example of hyper reality, and it's up to the companies to decide, what's the limit, what's the line in the sand, and we're not going to go further than this. It's also up to the governments to regulate. And what's certainly challenging, and everybody said that, Nadia said it 5 times, is that for us in our bubble, we see all those things, and the whole world has to catch up to a technology that's evolving so fast that how we use those tools is going to be a consensus by the whole society, the people, the habits they create, the companies, the products they release, and the things they try, the governments. Lucy, for instance, like there's been a lot of legislation on AI. Stacey, you were talking about actors in California. I believe, like I saw last week or 2 weeks ago, that Gavin Newsom just passed this legislation, and now it's illegal to use AI to reproduce actors in California. It's all going so quick, and so that is a conversation that's happening. I think maybe our role, and that's what we're doing here, is to put this conversation in the forefront so that more and more people are aware that it's happening and that more and more people participate in it, because I think it's a conversation for everyone.
Totally. Thank you for that. Stacey.
Well, risks. The loudest voices win over the other people who are doing the work behind the scenes. I mean, I read so much crap, and I'm tired of it. And people then just take that as the gospel. And I think we have to be really careful about listening to voices just because they're out there and they seem to be the experts on the topic. It's the Wild West. So the risks are that we are not getting the whole story because we're not getting a diverse set of voices in this conversation. The opportunities to me are around community and belonging. Again, in a world where we're so disconnected from each other, there's still that opportunity for all to be better understanding of other cultures, other people, other experiences. And this goes back to education. Imagine if you can have a classroom in Kenya and a classroom in Uganda and a classroom in the US all together, sitting around a table together, sharing their life experiences. What an incredible world this could be.
Totally. Thank you. Nadja.
Yeah, I think for me, it comes down to the opportunities are we can create new social structures. And that's the most powerful thing. I'm so incredibly grateful that I'm part of this, that I'm alive at this time. The risks, however, is that we might not care to create new social structures. And I think, critical thinking is not a trend anymore. So we don't use the word in, headlines and media, and we don't make YouTube videos about it. So it's not cool anymore, I guess. But in an age where we have no freaking idea what's going on, I mean, literally, we have no idea what's going on. That's really scary if you stop and think about it, which is why no one stops to think about it. So critical thinking is such an important skill that it goes beyond, because I mean, we've handed over our thinking to tech. And so I think what needs to happen now, and what the risk is if it doesn't happen, is we need to reclaim from technology the ability to do critical thinking. We've handed it over and we need to reclaim it.
Totally. Let's make it cool again.
Exactly.
It is quintessential. I totally agree. I mean, without critical thinking, how can you even know if something is real or not? And if you don't even question anything anymore, then whoever pops up can tell you whatever they like, and you will take it for the truth. So totally, I think that's quintessential indeed. Ruslan.
That's a very interesting question because of right now life give us a lot of technology which we could not even comprehend we will see in this time. Right now images are generated, voices are generated, texts are generated. So in few years almost like 80% of content will be fully generated and artificial in front of us. And I fully agree with Nadia that without this critical thought, without this modern touch to technology and understanding of it, it will be absolutely our world. Our world is changing, and the acceleration with which it changes, it's dramatic. We talk about like different professions, we do talk about different social structures, but we see how we augmented and how we've been augmented in those 2 years. It's not so dramatic at once. Like 15% were, 20% were, less and less people are involved in the processes. A lot of workers are just ChatGPT, which is communicating with you. I have never in my life previously have communicated with so many virtual assistants, which we right now having. And oh my gosh, a lot of images, ideas, everything is out so such blended that you really can see the real thing right now. And in few years, I'm totally sure that you will can't just with your perception to understand, is it real or is it fake? So
Yep.
this is really dramatic time for us and to establish right rules for this technology, because right now this technology is more powerful which we think, and it may find very, very dramatic influence on even the youngest, on children, which will not understand where is reality and where is just a dream inside of them and out of words. So, but the future of technology is really amazing too. With those of downfalls and artificial stuff, the, let's say, like amount of experience which we can feel, amount of art which we can see, amount of places, virtual places we can visit, and let's say like amount of education which we can receive inside of these just headsets around them, it will give vast opportunities for people to have, let's say, like not like 1 or 2 professions, at least 5 professions and their time and their generation. They will have, they could change their life dramatically during a lot of periods, not like just to adhere into one way, one path, and that's all. So that's amazing thing which we are going to experience, and yeah, this is really coming very soon and very accelerated. Thank you.
Totally. Thank you for that, Chloe.
Yeah, sure. I just want to add on to the point that Rosalind was talking about, that because of virtual assistants, nowadays it gets so hard to differentiate what is real and what is fake. And I already see that, like, because for myself, I have like about 200,000 followers on TikTok. And because of that, I see so many people impersonating me nowadays. And sometimes I can see that the scammers, like, they literally like produce videos that I can't even recognize. Like, is it true? Is it real? And so many followers cannot recognize that as well. And sometimes I'm very amazed by how they use technology to their advantage, because it's very scary that with this, it's getting harder and harder to protect our own personal identity, our data protection and all this. And I think like we just have to be very careful coming to this world. We need to make sure that firstly, we don't want to scam people. We want to make sure we always come from the pure heart of helping people, right? But then there's something that we cannot control. So should you encounter anything that you think it's a little bit fishy, just be very careful about it and stay away from the potential scams. So that is the risk that we are facing, right? Which is inevitable. But at the same time, I can see there's also a lot of opportunity with this generative AI and all this, being a content creator or being, using your own business for personal branding. Now it's so powerful. Like you can literally create content in a very, very easy way, and it can help you to promote your brand in a much more effortless manner. So there's always a lot of both sides of the coin. It just depends on how you use it as well.
Exactly. I think that's a great summary of what we've discussed, and I think it's like you said, immersive literacy is key, as is education, especially now with the different generations. There have never been more different generations on the work floor as today, but that doesn't mean that they are not complementary. We should use them in a way that it complements each other. So one of the to close it off is a small video that I recommend you to have a look at. It's, in fact, very short. Keanu Reeves, who is explaining to teenagers what the Matrix is about at a friend's home dinner. And so he explains about what's real, what's not real. And one of the teenagers, like 12 or 13 years old, is asking, like, why do you care if it's real or not? And I think that is something that we really have to question ourselves, because it's not because it's important to us and our generation that it is for the next, which also implicates other elements in the evolution. So let's just continue to meet people where they are. And I would love to thank you for a great panel. You've been amazing as always, and it was great to have you. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the Virtual World Symposium with all of you, and hope to see you soon again. So thank you very much.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi everyone. Today we're going to talk about Beyond the Mirror, the hidden power and risk of virtual human. Now, imagine having a virtual version of yourself, one that can handle tasks, make decisions, and even show up for you when you can't. Now, this sounds like a dream, right? Well, it's more than just a dream in the virtual world. It's already happening today, and we are now diving into the world of virtual humans. But with all innovations, we have to ask, what are the pros and the cons of these convenience? Now, let me give you some scenarios through storytelling, okay? So meet Sarah. Sarah is a busy entrepreneur juggling meetings, projects, and her personal life. What she needed was more than just a basic assistant. She needed someone virtual who knows her schedule inside out. So enter this virtual human of Sarah. This digital replica knows everything about her, about how she liked her coffee to when she was working at her peak productivity. So one day, as Sarah raced between meetings, her virtual human was already ahead, sorting out her emails, booking appointments, and even arranging dinner reservation at one of her favorite spots. Sarah's life now became really smooth and convenient. Sounds perfect, right? But what if this perfect system began to make decisions for you that don't really align or feel right? What if it knew your patterns from the past, but don't know about your gut reactions for the future and for the present? Okay, let me give you another example. Okay, so let's meet Tom, a startup founder swamped with financial choices. His virtual human had been tracking his spending, investments, and market trends. When interest rate dropped, it suggested that he refinance his mortgages, saving him thousands and thousands of money. It also helped him make really, really smart decisions, like picking stocks. So Tom felt very, very, very good because he had an expert version of himself guiding every decision. But with all that data in one place, Tom started wondering, what if someone actually gets their hand on it? The more his virtual human knew, the more vulnerable he felt because of security reasons. Could this powerful assistant be a ticking time bomb for data security and his own privacy? Now, then there is this lady Emma, who is a trailblazing entrepreneur preparing for a major pitch when a delayed flight derailed everything. So, what's her solution? Sending her virtual human to represent her. And personally, I've done it myself. I have virtual humans, one-way AI, which is mine, to represent me when there are conflicting meetings on my schedule. So this virtual human delivered her pitch, answered all the questions, secured the deal, all while Emma watched at an airport lounge.
it felt flawless. So the thing is that in the near future, these virtual humans will actually interact real time as we have AI agents as well. But what happens when the line between human and a virtual AI starts to blur? Now, these stories of Emma, of Tom, of Sarah, they are very, very compelling. They are so super attractive. But as we all learn, right, relying on a virtual human has its cons as well. What if Sarah virtual human started making decisions that she wouldn't have? How can any AI or virtual thing actually understand gut feelings and intuition? What if this virtual human started going crazy and exposing us to unnecessary privacy risk? And what if there are deep fake threats? Like Emma, who once loved the convenience of a virtual twin, suddenly saw a deep fake version of herself online and spreading misinformation. So the thing here is that virtual humans are very, very powerful tools capable of transforming our lives. But with great power comes great responsibility. So this video really, I hope everyone remembers that with anything virtual, even a replica of yourself, ask yourself, are you ready to welcome your virtual human into your life and knowing the risk? And the thing here ultimately is, will you take control or will you let the virtual human control you? Thank you very much for today.
Hello and welcome to Virtual World Symposium Day 1. And what an amazing panel we had previously with Isabel. But however, today I have an amazing lineup. So what I'm going to ask quickly is everyone can quickly sort of mute their microphones just so that we don't get any feedback when people talk. And what we're going to do is do a quick introduction from each individual person, a quick 30-second introduction, and then we'll get into the topic of the current state of virtual worlds. What's missing? So let's start off with, is it, sorry, I don't know how to say your name. Is it Evgeny? Is that how you say your name? Apologies if I got it wrong.
Eugene, you mean?
Eugene, thank you very much. Yeah, Eugene, we'll start with you, and then we'll do a quick 30-second introduction of everyone. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Thank you. Great to be here today. My name is Eugene Kuipers. I'm the CEO and founder of Vector. We developed a platform for XR. We have 7 million downloads worldwide. And, well, yeah, that's basically it. So we're growing each day. We're present in 223 countries and doing a lot of things from Nigeria, US, Ukraine, Italy, India, all over the world.
Well, thank you for joining us, Eugene. And that was a very quick introduction, I must say. That was very fast.
Yep.
I'm going to get the names wrong. I do apologize ahead of time if I do get your name wrong. It's just I'm terrible with names. So do correct me if I do get your name wrong. Sveji, over to you.
It's totally wrong, but no worries.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. Since we're all international people, it's bound to be happen, so no worries at all. It's Sevgi. I am a digital transformation specialist and XR strategist for GatherVerse, and I have my other teammates and especially our founder here, and I like to make it way more quicker than Eugene and pass the mic to them so they can explain what we are doing in GatherVerse better than me.
Sure, Sergey. Thank you very much. Alp will go over to you, and then Attila will go over to you next.
Of course. And I think Arda is going to wrap up things very well as the founder. But to introduce myself, I'm the corporate learning and development lead here at GatherVerse. And which, of course, as Arda will explain, or maybe Alaz will explain, that we do have a learning niche And with that comes, of course, the need to know the learning processes or the talent development process, professional development processes. And especially together with Alas, we are focusing on the learning aspects and the psychological aspects and trying to combine them with virtual worlds and XR. Actually, really in short, I can say that. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Alice, do you want to go before Attila, or do you... Okay, no worries.
I can.
Over to you, Alice. Over to you, Alice.
Thank you so much, Russell. I am so happy to see you again as well. So it's Alasan. I am also learning ecosystem lead for GatherVerse, and I am so happy to be part of this panel. To be honest, I'm gonna pass the ball to Attila to explain everything in details. But in a short sentence, I can say that like me and Alp, especially working for the learning environment in GatherVerse, and we are building the end-to-end learning ecosystem for the corporates.
Oh,
so
wow.
passing ball to Attila, I guess.
Attila.
So hello again. Thank you very much for having me today. Actually, thank you very much for passing the word actually to my court. Thank you very much. My name is Attila Ardevesan. Actually, I'm also greetings from Warsaw. I'm based in Warsaw, and I'm doing PhD here actually, and I'm also founder of the GatherVerse. What we are doing actually simply is that we are creating, actually, we have a virtual campus. And within the virtual campus, we are creating a cross-platform for, of course, learning purposes, for adult learning, especially for companies, institutions, organizations, etc. So we will be most probably discussing so much, actually, about virtualverse and its different aspects of it, of course. But just briefly, I can say virtual campus, cross-cultural platform that focusing on adult learning.
Thanks for keeping it short, Attila. Charlene, over to you next. Welcome.
Thank you so much. And thank you to GatherVerse for, always putting on these events. It seems like you're doing a lot more of them than usual. It's so much time and effort. And, I know the panelists, what you guys go through to remember all your points and your cues. So thank you to Christopher, and thank you to the rest of the GatherVerse community, and to you, Russell, for putting this together so we can all kind of share our perspectives.
Thank you for your kind words, Charlene.
You're very welcome. And by the way, full disclosure, I am fighting the flu, so forgive me.
It's okay.
Like I lose my voice, I'm going to try and make it through. The value of virtual, right? If it was physical, I wouldn't be risking being among you wonderful people. But I am the founder of the Omniverse City. We started with a program called My Vision Show, which was inspired by the optical and optometric industry. I am a big believer in balance, and I actually don't like bullies. And when you think about consolidation and centralization in some large corporations in all industries that these exist, it seems to be mostly supply chain related. Like somebody somewhere in the supply chain decides that they don't like their position, so they just become a Pac-Man and start gobbling up the rest of the supply chain. That seems to be kind of like a trend in the world. And I was a part of that ecosystem, and I just didn't like the role that I was being a part of. So I resigned. At 39 years old, I retired. And I started a journey that I didn't really know where it would lead. And here I am today with you wonderful people with a beautiful, wonderful world called the Omniverse City. And we invite everyone who has a dream and a vision, no pun intended, to come and just really activate your imagination. And if you don't know how to do that, we've created a world that inspires that to happen. We're in a point in history where we have to really stop wondering, questioning, discussing whether or not these virtual worlds will exist. And we have to realize they already do. There's a lot of people inhabiting them. They live in them. It's the same thing that happened with the migration to the internet, to social media, to live streaming content, to influencers and YouTubers and streamers. And now we're going into virtual worlds. It's no different. We've been through it before. And it's just so exciting to be here to talk to other people who are building it.
Thank you for joining us, Charlene, and a fantastic introduction as well. And like I said, thank you for the kind words from everyone, or on behalf of everyone here at GatherVerse, because when we get feedback like that, it's much appreciated, especially from the GatherVerse community. So appreciate that so much. And yeah, I'm glad that you're with us. So it's awesome. Even with the flu, you're still here. Come on. All right, Dr. Edwards, over to you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Louise Edwards. I'm based up here in Western Canada, just outside Banff National Park. And I, with Tiff up there, we are co-founders of a female-founded immersive media studio called Three Otters Media. And I also have my own company called Blue Shift Immersive, but we're really kind of a marine-focused virtual.
Interesting.
Yeah, so we basically, our mission is to create digital worlds to give our physical world a fighting chance. And we take expedition and exploration experiences and convert those into virtual worlds and narrative VR to give everybody the benefit of the awe and wonder that we get from traveling and the impact that we can create through that, but without the negative impact of actually going to these vulnerable places in our millions.
Well, thank you for joining us, Louise, or Dr. Edwards.
Louise
Tiff?
is fine.
Okay.
No honorifics required.
Okay, no worries. Tiff, welcome as well. Founder of Three Otters Media, so welcome. And
Thank
quickly
you.
introduce yourself.
Sure. I am Tiff. I am otter number 3 of the 3 otters. And I am going to venture that I'm the most analog person of everyone on your panel today. Working with Lou and making Three Otters Media and all the different experiences we're creating is my first foray into virtual worlds, really. And so I'm going to bring a very different perspective. And what I've learned in the last couple of years of doing this and how translating real world stuff into a digital world that feels like a true and powerful facsimile has really helped me navigate that line in between, real and digital and all that. And now I'm really excited about how to bring other analog-y normie peoples into the fold because it's such a powerful medium. It's such a great place. And so I love thinking about what's missing so that we can try to get more people to embrace the power of this technology.
Well, welcome, Tiff. And I like that analog normie people. I like that. I like that saying. Well,
It's
thank you
said
for joining us.
respect to everyone. Your skill sets just blow me away. It's amazing.
Well, thank you very much, Tiff, for joining us. And yeah, we're going to have a very exciting panel right now. So let's get straight into the subject. But quickly before I do, my name's Russell. I am the Partnerships Director at GatherVerse. And I'm also a founder of Madbop as well, which is a women-focused NFT platform specifically focused on women creators. So that's just a quick introduction for myself. But I'm not here to talk about myself. We're here to talk about the subject that we've got up on the table. So let's get straight into this. And the first question is, what key features or elements do virtual worlds lack to provide a more immersive experience? Now, Alaz, I'm going to get you up on stage first because I know you're really good at this sort of subject. And then we'll bring in Tiff after as well.
Lucky to have the first question, actually. So from my perspective, if I look in deeper for this question, I can say that while we have seen remarkable progress in VirtualVerse, they still lack a truly seamless integration of the sensory experiences. Especially, I would like to answer this question from the psychological perspective, that we are still having lack of the feeling in the virtual worlds. Of course, we have some virtual or audio hearing and everything to affect our neurons, but still that we cannot feel the virtual worlds. So that's why I'm gonna give an offer to real-time responsiveness from the perspective of the users is so important. The feeling something, feeling the experience actually. That's my answer for the key features or elements that currently virtual worlds like to provide a more immersive experience, because still we cannot feel the things in the virtual worlds.
Oh, wow, Eugene, that is insane. Sorry, I'm seeing the robot hand. Eugene, what is that? Sorry, you're bringing
actually
that's
the answer for my answers.
Thank you very much.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're now integrating haptic gloves into our platform. So
I'm
there you
curious.
go. So these are. Yes, please.
What are they? Sorry.
Haptic gloves for haptic feedback. So like you said, with sensory input, it gives sensory input that you can grab things in virtual reality. And so you connect the controllers of the Quest, and
Okay.
then it's you can pick up things, and if you can look close, you can see the wires and strings.
Oh, I see.
And so this gives haptic feedback. So it gives you a sense of grabbing things in virtual reality. And it's more of also, if you're doing some exercises, you can work on your muscle memory, you know, how to use certain tools and things like that. So that's one part. We're now integrating this now in our platform.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that, Eugene. And is that something that you think is missing within the virtual worlds quickly?
Oh, yes. I mean, what I really favor at this moment are all the things that are going on with OpenXR, and the development with the platform, that you can use all kinds of devices in XR, and the standardization there is just amazing. And we're also proud to be a part of that. You know, we're in a team also for 6G, for standardization for 6G related to XR.
Okay.
We're part of that program, and these kind of things, you're spot on. You know, talking about sensory input and doing things. Yeah, that's what you need. You know, to get these real immersive experiences. And now I'm trying to get these gloves off.
Well, whilst you do that, Tiff, you know, what do you think is missing in the virtual world? I mean, is it, you know, like Eugene saying, with, you know, different sort of, you know, props and, you know, into gadgets and stuff like that, or is it what Alaz was saying? You know, what are your thoughts?
Well, from a practical standpoint, I would say accessibility to these worlds, right? Like for us, especially for us, we focus on bringing people to the underwater world. I'm a scuba diver. That's like my main core identity, right? When I'm underwater, I feel free, right? For me, it's my version of a virtual world, right? It is this weird place where these crazy animals come and I get to interact and just be a different version of myself.
Right.
And I'm super excited about helping bring other people who might never dive, who physically might not, financially might be too scared, but who can experience the same things I do and be changed the same way I am when I'm underwater. But that means they have to have access to a headset, know how to use it. Like, I will be completely honest, I have no idea how to use a headset. That's why I have Loop and our other otter, Aya. Like, tech is very foreign to me, but I know it's so powerful and I know I need it to create the most impact. But the people that we can reach to actually bring people into these virtual worlds, they're like me. They don't know how to get in a headset. They don't know how to turn it on. They don't know, you know, the gloves are super cool. I would love, you know, Eugene, to like be able to feel when I'm in VR, what it feels like to have water whooshing past me, because that's my favorite feeling. How do we create that, right? But then that means every school that we go to or every museum has to have a pair of Eugene's gloves or a full bodysuit. That accessibility is so key if we want to have people experience these beautiful things we're creating.
No, 100% agree with that. And it's a very unique sort of, I think, Louise, you want to jump on this? Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think it's finding that balance, right? Because as Tiff speaks to, like finding those intuitive ways of moving. And I think the as technology is evolving, this is becoming like more and more like on the horizon and exciting. You can tell immediately the people who are gamers and they're used to having controllers and they know what to do with thumbs and fingers and things. But I also put my 75-year-old parents in headsets and they've never played.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, like 7 to 75 love hanging out with Orca. But it's a really, it's not intuitive for them. And yet if as gesture control comes more and again, haptic stuff and just this barrier to entry to get rid of this fear of using this new technology, I think is really key. And for us, and I think that the tech and the SDKs that they're putting it now to allow like low-end developers like me to actually integrate some of these things is really exciting. But because for us, and I think everybody here, our goal is to get as many people in these spaces to do good things for the planet.
Yeah,
like we have to make the not just it feel real in the environment, but how you interact with it. And that I think also means full body avatars and sensors and things that can pick up I mean, as Tiff says, we do a lot of dive stuff. So things that can pick up people being in some odd orientations is also kind of things we're looking into. But again, that's kind of the very tech style. But from a design perspective, as we're developing these spaces, I think we need to be really, really cognizant of people like Tiff and so many others who aren't on games all the time and want to interact with these worlds in a way that they interact with the real world.
No, yeah, I 100% agree with that. I mean, accessibility is so important. And also the fact, that obviously Meta have, released the glasses recently. I mean, I don't know if you guys obviously have seen that. Obviously, most of you have. But even though they're not, stylish, so to speak, these Meta glasses, when it comes to accessibility standpoint, they're definitely pushing in the right direction. And I think once they start getting the glasses thinner and obviously they're less weight and everything, and as they become sort of like more stylish too, like people want to wear them because they look good, right? Then people will start, kind of wearing them at scale. And I think that will definitely help with accessibility. And also I think potentially something that is lacking maybe is potentially the AI factor in this as well, right? How AI can also give sort of individual immersive experiences to individual people as well. And given, understanding who you as a person, what you do, etc., and AI automatically going, hey, okay, cool. Tiff, she likes, swimming underwater and being, with the dolphins, etc., etc. So the AI will automatically give that independent immersive experience automatically based upon sort of like her preferences. So I think also that's maybe a part missing as well, which you can also add to sort of like the experience to further enhance it. So, but anyway, let's get on to the next question, which is, how can existing virtual platforms better support user creativity and expression? Now, Charlene, we'll bring you onto this, and Attila will go over to you after. So, Charlene, what's your thoughts on this question?
Well, thank you. And just jumping off of the last question and then coming into this question, Omniverse City is pixel streaming. So that means that you can use a headset to come into Omniverse City, but you can also come in with just your standard computer. And that cross-platform use is extremely important because not everybody has access to a headset. Not everybody's comfortable. One of the use cases we have is we designed a mermaid experience for a little girl who was very young. She was in her last days and she needed VR therapy it was like kind of like a last wish type of thing, but she couldn't experience it because she couldn't literally hold the headset on her head. So we were able to design a mermaid experience so that she could see it on a screen. And that's all she really wanted to see. That was one of the last wishes she had. And this is some incredible ways that people are using this technology. It's heartbreaking. But when you do something like this, you don't think about that. You're just like, all right, let's get this done. We got little time to do this. We can't have any scope creep here. We have to deliver. So these are things that you just couldn't do any other way. Like there's no other way to deliver an experience like that. First of all, let's agree whether or not mermaids even exist. But, so that's, accessibility goes a way beyond what we're thinking about here because, there's this huge accessibility issue with websites. You can get sued if you don't have the right ability to adjust your contrast or the sizes or the letters or, all these different ways that accessibility needs to be accommodated. You can literally get sued for not having the right accessibility adaptations on your website. But what I love about Unreal Engine, which is the platform we use, is it already has built-in accessibility features for people who are blind and people who are deaf. And it gives them more freedom in these spaces than they have even in the real world. And we really have to challenge the tech infrastructure providers to keep really helping us to set these standards. And when is where are the lawsuits going to begin with people that just can't read some of these, user interfaces and HUDs that are in these virtual spaces because they're not the right contrast sensitivity, and where are the settings to change that so they can see where they're going. Interoperability is a big one, but coming into virtual platforms, better supporting creativity and expression. This is really exciting because recently we just added a builder to Omniverse City, and we want to make it so that someone as young as a child, kids can build in Roblox, so why can't they build in the metaverse? And even somebody who is an architect or an adult can really have fun building, the actual architecture, or just taking an existing piece of architecture and changing the colors. So there's so many options that we can create, but it's up to the platform to really provide those resources. So thank you so much.
Do you think, just quickly jump in, but do you think that one of the ways you could better support user creativity and expression is by, focusing more on sort of like the UX, UI, and, refine that right down so that, even, a child, so to speak, could, potentially use your platform, right? Or even an elderly who's like 80, 90 years old can come along and go, all right, Charlene, right, I want to make an my own Omniverse city,
So what's really interesting is I have a 10-year-old, so it really helps me with understanding how to protect my kid and kids like him in these virtual spaces. It's a really big part of what I'm doing. And these kids actually know how to test if someone's an adult. They ask them to type certain words, because certain words you type a lot slower when you're a child versus an adult because of the way you have to use the keyboard. So
Right.
children are already learning on their own how to test based on the ability for someone to use their controls if they're an adult or not. What we've done in Omniverse City, because we thought, like I'm sure most of you did when we started, let's just make everything possible, right? Because it is, right? That's not the right answer. People do not want everything to be possible. So we've been like, we launched this product about a year ago called Domains. Just to make your point, Russell, one of the domains we're working on is like a kids streaming platform where you can like decide what you want to be when you grow up and get a kit, whether you want to be a newscaster or a puppeteer, or have an open mic, karaoke, and you can fundraise using Web3 technology for your future. Now colleges can airdrop, scholarships right into these kids' wallets. I mean, kids can raise money for, a suit so they can like feel the part. The kids are smart now. I don't know if there are children millionaires in Roblox. There are kids creating their millionaire status in Roblox right now. These kids are really ready for the worlds that we're building. But I'll stop there because I can go on and on.
Thank you, Charlene. Thank you. Attila, what are your thoughts? How can, existing virtual platforms better support, user creativity and expression?
If you would like to talk about user creativity and expression, first of all, I think we should just go to the ideology of our virtual worlds, because once we create the virtual world, there should be ideology behind it. Otherwise, it will be just like an empty virtual world with no interaction and without like any ideology. I think the virtual world is a bit like, pointless. And on top of this, on top of the ideology of our virtual world, we can start actually building on top of it. And otherwise, it will be just like a basic virtual web that you can enter through VR, I don't know, mobile web, etc. And it will be just nothing actually and it will be not useful for anyone. So the other thing is, especially from the learning point of view or adult learning point of view, we should define what the user means. If we talk about like the user as a like only learners or only even the company admins can be a user, so we are wrong actually here. We should also think about the content creators, which means instructors, trainers, how they can create or they can just express their profession within the virtual world. If we have an answer for this, especially in adult learning for corporate trainings, then we are just going somewhere. But if we don't take into account trainers, instructors, other stakeholders that can take part in the virtual world, then we are missing something. And we should just create a space not only for those who have the headset or who have some access through mobile or web. No, but also we should consider other stakeholders that can contribute and also participate within the virtual worlds. Then we will go somewhere. And the third aspect, we talk about only, in the virtual world, I believe there are lots of games. I mean, even beyond our imagination. But we should also treat the games in a different way, because if we talk about especially user creativity, I think games are quite important. And if we just create a game only for playing a game, then still we are missing something. There should be a methodology behind the game. And could be learning methodology, could be, I don't know, some other parameters, but we should definitely more parameters to add and to analyze. We should have more data sets to investigate and just to track actually how the behavior is going within the virtual world. And plus, this last part is, in my opinion, we should definitely define, especially if we are creating a virtual world for, let's say, learning purposes, what is the difference between the toolkit and the toolbox? Let's start from there. Because even we always discuss about like for the user, I mean, creativity, etc. But where is the toolkits? Where is the toolbox? What is the difference even? We should define whatever functions we are adding within the virtual world, we should define from the scratch. Then we can talk about the user creativity and we can build on top of it.
For sure. I think also just to kind of add to your point as well, if we add AI into this as well, I definitely believe that will make it so much easier to support and add into, the user experience as well within all this, to make things seamless and integratable. So, but yeah, no, I completely agree with you, Attila. And we are actually sort of running out of time, by the way. So what I want to do is kind of speed this up a little bit so we can keep our answers a little bit shorter, just so that we're not going on for a long dialogue. Then that'll be great. And yeah, so we just need to kind of just speed up a little bit. So next question, which is, what gaps exist in the current virtual world infrastructure that hinder scalability and accessibility? Now, obviously, I just said one, which is obviously AI, which is mostly like the most obvious one. Also, actually, I just want to add to this as well, maybe the whole Web3 wallet thing, right? Because I think there's still confusion around Web3 wallets and how they're done and what they're done, etc. So when it comes to, sort of creating wallets, there's still barriers to entry with that. There's still issues because people still don't understand what the hell a wallet is, right? So they'd rather log in with a username and password than have a wallet, so to speak. So we'll go to Eugene on this one, and then we'll also go to and then we'll also go to Svedji. Is it? I'm sorry. I give up. But anyway, we'll go to you after as well. So Eugene, we'll go over to you first. Eugene, you need to unmute your microphone.
So, thank you. So yeah, if we look at infrastructure from our side, so we're using cloud-based infrastructure. Everything that we have built is on Microsoft Azure. So we, like I said, we have 7 million downloads worldwide. We have a multi-language support. We use CDN for our video and audio setup. We have game engines also for the voice interactions. We have the AI support. We have AI instructors now within the virtual worlds that people can create. So yeah, everything is cloud-based at the moment, and we do a global distribution at the moment. So it's not just here in Western Europe, but we also have now a US-based part in the cloud.
Sorry to jump in, Eugene, but I just wanted to get to sort of like the question, which is, what gaps exist in the current virtual world infrastructure and that hinder scalability and accessibility? I know, obviously. You have a lot of key important parts obviously going on within your company and organization, but do you think there's gaps that exist within that, or gaps that exist within the current virtual world for that, like to hinder the scalability?
Yeah, no, the main gap would be, like was also mentioned in the former answers, is that is the interoperability and the devices that you can access the metaverse or virtual worlds. I mean, from my perspective, so that's the point I'm trying to make, is that the infrastructure is already out there. There's so many things already available off the shelf. It's not a matter of building it. It's more kind of engineering. That's to get the right parts of an infrastructure and put them together with a solid architecture behind it. That's where you spend the most time on, is on the architecture rather than building. And then, there's no limit to scalability, other than that I would say, I would always, when I look at the virtual world and scalability, it's about access. Who can you grant access to a virtual world? So at this moment, there are like 35 million VR headsets global, what's been sold now, with the Quest 3 and then the Pico headsets and then Vive headsets. And we all support these headsets also, but what I see happening, most of our visitors, they enter the virtual worlds using their smartphones and iPads.
Do you, a quick question? Do you think Meta, what Mark Zuckerberg said, where by 2030 that glasses are going to replace mobile phones? Do you believe that?
Absolutely, absolutely. I hate mobile phones. I hate them.
I agree.
Yeah, you put a screen in front of your face, and it just doesn't make sense. If you compare it to glasses, so then it really becomes immersive. Then with the XR, so that your the actual reality and the virtual reality, they're going to blend. And also your communication with your friends and all over the world, they'll be a part of your reality as well. They'll be with you every day, 24/7. Even when you walk on the street, you can communicate with your friends, and they'll be present next to you as if they're really there. Those kind of things that are going to happen in 2030. Including people getting. We have now people who are addicted to games, and there are people who will get addicted to XR.
Sure.
And as soon as they take off their glasses, they're back in a very dull world, and then they want to put it on as fast as possible. But until 2030, until these glasses will be available for the mass market, the smartphone will be the main device to enter virtual worlds.
For sure.
By far. And so now what we see is that now about, I think, 2.4 billion smartphones are able to access the metaverse.
Sure.
They have the sensors in there with the rotation and the sensor kit. So that's 2.4 billion. And I think that's a perfect group to work with. And I think it take about a decade, then it will be more common if people start wearing glasses. But my answer to your question, what are the gaps in addressing scalability and everything? I don't see that many, to be honest.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Eugene. Alp, I'm going to fire the next question to you, and then can I call you Octay? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay. Call me whatever you want.
Thank you. Okay, so Alp will jump to this question to you, and then Octay will also go over to you as well. In what ways are current virtual worlds falling short in addressing user security and privacy concerns? This is very important. So, Alp, over to you.
Yeah. Right. Let's see.
Or we can go to Octay first, if you want.
Yeah, maybe. Because it's a little bit on the other edge of my.
Okay, we'll go to Octay first, then we'll come to you after. Octay, over
exactly.
to you.
I can add on top of things that you will.
Sure. Actually, I believe there are lots of different technologies we are right now developing, like obviously blockchain technology, wallets, other things. And the privacy problem is, I believe, lies in the education of the people, the culture of privacy, to be said exact. People need to understand what means in the virtual world, in XR world, and still in digital world in general, what they need to be doing to secure their privacy, secure their data from harmful ways. After that, the rest, the technology side, the engineering side of that security and privacy concerns will be handled very fast, in my opinion.
I just want to briefly bring up, I want to bring up some quick points as well to this. I think accountability, transparency. I also think, just, sort of like, bias side of things, right? If virtual world is biased a certain direction, that's another thing. I think there's multiple factors to this, kind of what you're saying, Octay. And obviously, I think this is a multifaceted issue, right? It's not just one thing. But yeah, I definitely think I 100% agree what you're saying, Octay. But I definitely think like all these layers added on top of that it makes it even more.
Of course, you are totally right. However, people have their opinions, will always have those opinions and biases, and create according to those biases and those how may I say, aims. They have aims to create something in virtual world. It's whether a website, a virtual world, or whatever it is. And the user side, the person itself, should make educated decisions to secure themselves. in order to protect themselves. That is the lacking part, in my opinion. That was what I'm trying to say.
Well, thank you for sharing that, Octay. And Alp, I'm afraid we're running out of time, so I'm gonna have to quickly jump to the next question. So the next question is, thanks, Alp. The next question is, how can virtual worlds improve in facilitating meaningful social interactions? Now, I want to bring Charlene and Tiff into this. If we can keep the answers short, less than a minute. I don't want any more than 60 seconds because otherwise we're going to run over time and we won't have enough time to do the questions. So Charlene, I'll bring you into this, and then Tiff will fire over to you after.
Well, I'll just keep it short and sweet. Let's just learn from the mistakes that social media made, because our privacy has already been invaded. And we have a new opportunity as platform developers to create a new standard. And we've started that. And I'm just talking about what Omniversity has done, because we did research of all the different platform partners that are out there, and we've decided to build our own infrastructure and do whatever we can to maintain ownership of the data so we can give it back to our users and make sure that they own it and they can decide if they want to sell it, you know, distribute it, share it, whatever. So I think that's really, really important, is learning from the mistakes of the past.
Thank you, Charlene. That was awesome. Very fast answer. Great. Tiff, over to you.
Sure. I think when we are designing things, we can create experiences that people can, like maybe leveraging AI or Eugene's new gloves. Like, people have their own meaningful experiences, but when you have them side by side, physically in the same rooms, if possible, but also within the headsets within these worlds, it's like after a dive trip, everyone just wants to talk about what they saw underwater. Same thing, right? If everyone's jumping in that same world, and afterwards on a chat, we can be like, did you see that freaking manta whale thing that like swam over you? It creates that same interaction that bridges reality and virtual worlds.
Amazing answers. Thank you so much. And no, Tiff, yeah, I absolutely agree. I think people just want to speak to each other about it all the time and just, you know,
they just want to feel things together.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we're all social animals in the day. We're all humans, right? Sure. So, okay, which is brings me to the next question, which is like, what advancements are needed to enhance the realism and interactivity of virtual environments? So, Louise will bring you onto this, and then also Attila will bring you on this too. Again, if we can do the same thing, keep the answer short. Much appreciated.
Well, I'll talk a little bit about the realism, and just ask the question. I'm not entirely sure that we have to. I think that part of what we've discovered by trying to translate these very real experiences into a virtual world is that sometimes you need some stylism in there and to really get an emotional reaction, an emotional connection. And the freedom of having these digital worlds is that we can. So I think there are issues with the uncanny valley that we'll probably never overcome. So let's not try, and let's really look into how we can use artistic freedom to really connect with people.
That's an interesting perspective. Thank you for sharing that, Louise. Yeah. Attila.
I totally agree, actually, because if we talk about the realism, actually, this is not like, you know, the thing for the virtual reality, or let's say the virtual worlds. We should talk about like the future, actually, like the futuristic approach, even when it comes to designs, when it comes to our virtual worlds, etc. First, I would say definitely it should be futuristic. And the second, I would add, for the interactivity of virtual environments, I would definitely say that it should definitely be beyond our imagination. If we put a glass that is not functioning in the virtual world, it doesn't mean anything. It's just a glass. Or if you put a table, it's a table. You should put something beyond your imagination. Just, you know, very basically, I believe all of us are doing it. But just like simply, just let's imagine. Just, you know, turn off the gravity. It's beyond, you know, you cannot do it like in the real world. Just do something that you cannot do in your daily life. So basically, you can enhance the interactivity in the virtual environments.
Yeah, and also, you know, let's add AI into this as well.
Sure.
I think the realism and the interactivity when it comes to AI, and also, for example, let's use Meta's virtual world, for example. I mean, that was the avatars and everything they had in there was so realistic. And then you have the AI version of you within that virtual world, and you can like talk to yourself as if like your digital twin and be saying, "Hey Russell, how are you today? Hey Russell, how you doing?" Right? You know, being able to have that realistic feel and that interactivity with someone else and being able to speak to them, and also having that realistic feel of like they look exactly like you, they blink like you, they look like you, they see like you, etc. that's where I think is going to get next level, because super intelligence with AI and adding that multifaceted factor into the the virtual sort of environments, I think that's going to be like the key to sort of like that. But yeah. All right, next question, which is how are current virtual worlds addressing diversity and inclusion? Where can they improve? Okay, so Alaz will bring you onto this, and
Alright.
also Eugene as well will bring you on this as well.
Okay, thank you, Russell. So I would like to start from the two perspectives for this question. First of all, diverse looking from the VR setting, because we are like trying to express ourselves in VR setting, in metaverse or in virtual reality. But at the same time, while we are expressing ourselves, we are also reflecting our biases, unconscious biases. It can be, or it can be a stereotype or anything. But if we diverse the teams, that's how we can improve actually. If we diverse the teams, we can reflect each other, or maybe our perspective, or our gender ethnicity, or maybe traditional side. And also, if we look from the inclusive side, we can see that lots of tools still embedding in the virtual reality. Like, for example, caption close, or maybe text to speech, or speech to text, like many tools that we can say for that. But at the same time, it doesn't represent, or it doesn't seem like we are include the all features or all types of the people. Thus, we can need to improve in the virtual setting, that we can include the people from that side, from that background, or maybe ethnicity, maybe disabled people, so they can give a feedback to how we can improve that side as well.
Eugene, over to you.
I think that's where the value is of a virtual world. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, what your background is, or your love life, or whatever. It just doesn't matter. It's a virtual world, and it's a whole new world for all of us. So that for me, sometimes, then I raise those questions, and then why exclude people? So we have a very, excuse me?
Sorry, and now I was talking to myself there. Carry on, sorry.
But that's the thing, that's the beauty of these virtual worlds. It's an open concept, and everyone is more than welcome to join us. We're now setting up user groups from Nigeria, for instance. We just recently did a 10 weeks program from XR creators in Nigeria. These are young students, and they are starting a new career in XR. We were doing it in Ukraine. We set up internships with students in the Ukraine. They can't do an internship there anymore due to the war. But now we've set up an international program, so then they can work together with a lot of companies worldwide. But also, if we look how I started with Vector almost 4 years ago when we launched it, one of the first things that we saw was that there were people also in Siberia who were able to access the content. They were creating videos using our platform, and in the back we saw the houses they were living in, and it were quite poor conditions. But still, we had a smartphone that was able to access a virtual world.
Sure.
And that's just amazing. That's, for me, is basically also inclusiveness, that everyone has access anytime, any place. So that's
I think the accessibility part plays an important part, like how you're saying, Eugene. But I definitely I agree with you as well. It doesn't matter who your background or who you are, you can be anyone in the virtual world. So thank you very much for sharing that, Eugene.
Very open-minded together, to each other. That's
yeah.
It's not just opening, setting the door opens for everyone, but also be respectful to each other. That's what it's all about.
So the next question is, what challenges do developers face integrating advanced AI into virtual worlds, and how can they be overcome? So we're going to have to keep these ones short. So we're going to just go around to one person now, because obviously we need quick answers for these. So basically, I guess, raise your hand if you'd like this question, and then I'll just, fire over to you. Okay, Charlene, over to you.
Well, only because I have a hysterical story about this. So we created AI-powered NPCs for the Omniversity very recently, and we trained some of them to be very empathetic to people who are just not very quick at adopting technology, and some of them to be very annoyed. And we had to delete those because they were being incredibly rude and they were like, there was just no helping them. There was no rehabbing. They were like, I'm not going to help these people. Like, they better not come in. Like, we sat down and interviewed them before we set them loose, and like, we couldn't rewind. They were just like, absolutely not. And it goes to show you just how some people feel when we're mixing, like Tiff said, people who are very new to these spaces versus people who are native to these spaces, and how we develop communities that mix people intentionally and then keep them in worlds where they can be their true selves intentionally. Just like when we go in the real world, it's going to be really important, because people who are very native in the space, they're going to want to be able to move around in a way that they're very comfortable with, as opposed to being in a mode where they're going to be, having to help a neighbor. Some will want to do that, some won't want to do that. So that was one lesson that I learned from my
That was very interesting. Great answer as well, Charlene. And I definitely think if you add sort of like the AI safety factor within this, that would stop a lot of the problems that you was facing, Charlene, right? If they actually ran various tests, various verification frameworks, etc., that they could test for these, such as like bias, such as like transparency, accessibility, accountability, all these kind of different factors within AI safety. I definitely think that you would have had cut a lot of those problems out. And I think that's maybe one of the key challenges in which developers are facing is within the AI safety factor, because once you integrate the AI safety factor in, then that will stop a lot of those issues that you were facing, in particular within your use case.
I learned that there's something called persistent memory, which is actually very difficult to code around. I'd never heard of that before. So I think most of us are still very new to AI, and learning these, like you said, these barriers is really important.
Yeah, and that's kind of like chain of thought. So basically, like, that's where you can see like the AI thinking, and then you can see basically the chain of thoughts of what is going through and what is kind of coming up with saying, I thought this, then I thought this, and I thought this, and then I got to this conclusion. But anyway, I don't want to keep going too much about AI. So how can virtual worlds better support educational and professional applications? And I definitely think this is important, especially when it comes to educational factor. And this is mostly going to have to be our last question as well. So I'm going to end this out with Alp, because Alp, you haven't spoken yet. So over to you, Alp, on this question.
Yeah, and this is right up my alley, actually. Thank you for that. Let's say on both educational and professional context, right? On both cases, our work life is not finite. Right? It doesn't really, and even in the old school context, it doesn't end with us stepping into the office in most old school sense, and ends with us stepping outside of the office, as much as we dream about that and we just like we on paper think about that. And now the same with education as well. Learning is not finite. It's a whole going process, right? And they all that also converge up to what we call a career sometimes. So what I would suggest is to consider this. Do not build the virtual world experience, or whatever experience is included in the virtual world, as finite as well. So let people bring in something to that virtual world and take out something, so that the connection points are seamless. Build it as something that is supportive, that includes the necessary tools, the necessary functions, the necessary, even the culture that is tied with outside of the virtual world, and maybe in a two-way manner. Both virtual world and the real world can feed on top of each other. Of course, in a learning context, this makes sense. And in a professional context, this makes sense. And this is what organizations are now really trying to discover. And this is what I suggest for them as well, because now we're talking about new, like, base standard working cultures, working contexts. And this is, I think, where I believe the solution lies, to streamline the whole process.
I want to bring Louise on this quickly. Louise, what are your thoughts on the educational factor? You got 60 seconds, and then I've got to finish this out. So.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree wholeheartedly. So most of my life I actually work as a curriculum developer. So and educational stuff is kind of my thing. And the transfer of learning and that integration of the virtual and the physical world is huge. And really thinking of this, I think that those connections between the developers and the educators, and just as you guys are doing this kind of pedagogy first approach to kind of educational virtual world development, I think is just huge. I think I spend a lot of my time connecting subject matter experts and VR developers or experienced developers to try and find where that middle ground is.
On that note,
what
Louise,
you guys are doing is great. So thank you.
Sorry. On that note,
thanks.
Thank you for everyone for coming. Make sure you follow everyone on LinkedIn. You can find them all on LinkedIn here. So make sure you search their names, give them a follow, support them, connect with them. Have a chat about all these interesting discussions from today's topic, and you can reach out to them on LinkedIn. My name is Russell Bundy. I'm the Partnerships Director at GatherVerse. This has been an amazing roundtable, and thank you to everyone for joining us. Our Gather was well, and Christopher, over to you.
My name is Emily Wright. I am the creator of It'll Be Alright, and I'm excited to be here at the GatherVerse Virtual Summit 2024. Today, I'm going to be talking about lucid dreaming, which is my little version of virtual reality. I will be sharing just the basics with you today, as we only have a little bit of time. Dreams are subconscious realities. They are made entirely by the subconscious, but when we're lucid dreaming, we have that conscious awareness carried over, which means we can start to influence the dreams. When we go to sleep, the conscious mind that's awake in physical reality takes a break, and the subconscious mind takes over. This means that our dreams tell us a lot about our internal state, and they can also bring us clarity about the way we're living our lives. As a lucid dreamer, I'm able to interact more directly with the dreams and manipulate the vibrational matrix. Let's say this scene is a dream and you, the witness, are the security person standing talking to the children. Dreamscape encompasses everything you see and everything that's a part of the dream. So the cars, the people, the environment, the trees, the sky, that's all dreamscape. Dream characters are other people in the dream. Sometimes you might play a character yourself in the dream, but the characters are all the other people that are in the dream with you. You might interact with the dream characters and they're part of the story, or they could just be fillers in the background. The characters in the background that we don't interact with but just fill space, I call NPCs, which is a video game term called non-playable characters. When you watch these characters, it actually gets quite interesting and a little bit eerie, kind of trippy. You can see how the subconscious mind is trying to fill in the gaps to make the scene more believable. I see the relationship between physical reality and dreamscape as a spectrum, with physical reality on one side, dreamscape on the other side. Everything in between is what I call the crossover. There's a spectrum to lucid awareness depending on how conscious you are in the dream and how much you're able to manipulate it. Sometimes the two sides, physical reality and dreamscape, can overlay or bleed into each other. When dreamscape starts to merge into our physical reality, then we experience something called paralysis, which is fairly common. And that's when you may experience images and scenes from dreamscape, but whilst in physical reality. So your body could still be paralyzed, but you're seeing things that don't align with physical reality. The alternative is when physical reality merges into dreamscape, and we might experience sensations from the physical body, but while still in the dream. I call this a translated sensation. It's when a physical sensation translates into the dream. For example, if I fell asleep with my arm in an awkward position, I might be walking around with my arm stuck over my head. I understand dreamscape and dream manipulation in terms of the vibrational matrix, where we exist in a latticework of vibrations. So synchronicity is a key part of manipulating these vibrations. Once you synchronize to something, the limit of what you can do with it is your imagination. Over the years, I've learned to do many different things. Here is a little list of some of the things that I can do. My go-to would be summoning and moving objects around because it's the safest and easiest way to test which reality I'm in. As much as lucid dreaming is fun and educational, it's important to remember that we're here now because we're meant to be here now. Dreamscape and that reality will always be waiting for you, but physical reality is where we are grounded at this time. My biggest concern with lucid dreaming as we move forward is the potential for lucid assault. This is when we consciously create or engage with a dream character that could look like someone in physical reality, and we use them without permission. We are very aware of the dangers and potentials of using people's likenesses with AI to create images and videos that are not accurate to that individual. It's my view that if we can establish a strong moral compass now as the foundation for the future, we won't really have to worry about this because we'll be able to trust each other, to respect each other. There was so much more I could have gone into today. This is just an introduction. There's a whole other side to the relationship with the subconscious mind and that which is greater that I don't have time for today. But remember that every story is a lesson, regardless of what reality it happens in. If you found this interesting and wanted to learn more, feel free to reach out to me on any of my social media platforms, and stay tuned for the Dreamer's Journal, which is a series of volumes that I'll be publishing about my lucid dreams. Thank you so much for having me, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon.
Morning.
Hello, how are you today? Good. This is great. Okay, I see some more people are joining us. Hey.
Howdy, doing well.
Yeah, great, great. Okay, so we have two more panelists joining us. Mhm. Okay. Hey. Okay. And let's see. Okay. So here we go. 6 of us here. All right. I think we can begin. So it's nice to meet you, everyone. I'm Danny. I'm one of the co-founders of Cytec VR, and today I was invited to host this roundtable panel. So I think about like 6 months ago, I was joining the GatherVerse as the speaker. Now I'm glad to host this great roundtable panel. In this particular session, we'll be exploring how AI, sometimes generative AI, is reshaping the landscape of virtual environments. Everything from enhancing functionality to adapting to user behavior. And so for every visitor, we got a wonderful team today here. So to kick the things off, I'd like to open the floor for you so you can introduce yourselves. Let's start from you. Lizzie, would you like to start? Okay. Can you say something? I'm not sure we can hear you. Oh, okay. So, Lizzie, I think something happened with your mic. If you can check it. So, yeah, we don't hear you. Okay, Liam, would you like to start?
Sure. Hi, I'm Liam Broza. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer at Infinite Reality, and I work on building virtual worlds on the web and populating them with embodied agents, virtual characters.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Liam, just so our kind of auditory can understand, if we compare your company with things like spatial IO and such platforms, how can we differentiate it? Can you help us learn?
Sure. So the two things that really make us unique is one, we are extremely focused on the web. So we build our own web game engine. Unlike Spatial, who uses Unity, we build our own kind of game engine built for the web. And we build a whole host of unique features and technologies on top of that web platform. So we have voice and video baked in, multiplayer baked in, AI for generative and conversational, really built as first class features in the system, which really sets us apart from other game engines and other platforms. So think of it as like being able to have Roblox on any website. Just sign up at ir.world and go. So
Sounds great.
That's what we kind of help with.
Okay,
Yeah.
so today roundtable, I've got a few targeted questions for you. We'll have them later. Now, thanks for your introduction, and let's meet Claire. Claire, help us learn more about yourself.
Hey, it's really nice to talk to you, and thanks for inviting me. I'm Claire Weingarten, the founder of Living Machines Media, and I'm a consultant who works with creators and businesses to launch experiences that engage with audiences. My background is in film and TV. So now I'm helping to bring this new kind of immersive media to audiences.
Very interesting. How is the life of consultants? So you see that like year to years, it's becoming better in terms of consulting auditors regarding the VR and AI?
It's really interesting. I mean, you see sort of ebbs and flows and changes in, what people are trying to do with this technology. So right now I'm working with a lot of creative studios and experiential agencies using VR, AR, and AI to engage with audiences and tell stories. I've seen a shift away sort of from virtual worlds, which is what we're talking about today, which people, the companies I'm working with are not engaging with as much anymore. But that's certainly, part of the ecosystem of what's out there.
Great. Okay, thanks for sharing. Lizzie, can we double check your mic is working?
We're back, baby. We're back.
Sounds great. Okay, please let us know about yourself.
Well, I'm a publicist and I've been in the space for nearly 10 years now. And it's been crazy to see how things have grown, moved, shifted, direction going one way, all of a sudden the other way. And it's just really exciting to turn on a new audience to something that we've been kind of sitting on for a long time. So just like Claire was saying, it's an interesting perspective to try to get a new audience to experience things that we already know about. And it's a lot because there are people out there that truly do not understand what's going on. Like our daily lives is like mush to some people. And it's a lot of our jobs to create that bridge. And it's exciting.
Interesting. Lizzie, while you're talking, the Michelle in comments saying that she's looking for your website. So yeah, we already got some people interested. Great.
Well, the thing is, I'm no longer PR sharks. I've developed into another creature where I'm no longer in the sea, but that's neither here nor there. In any case, I've been doing a lot of work with a large Hollywood agency, and they're tracking their management in a way where they could use some of the client's likeness in AI. So I've been branching out into different segments. So I'm not necessarily just a publicist anymore. So I kind of evolved out of the shark. The shark is now on land.
Okay. No, thanks. This is great. Okay. Kuldeep, am I pronouncing your name right?
Yeah, I'm Kuldeep.
Kuldeep. I'm sorry. Okay.
No problem. So I'm here from joining you from India.
Great.
And I'm head of XR practice at ThoughtWorks, primarily setting up incubation centers or center of excellences for emerging technologies, including XR. Recently, I have written a book on exploring metaverse, which is talking about use cases, what exactly metaverse is, how it is close to the next internet, what all even AI powered metaverse, what it would mean to us, and all the concerning parts of it, how it would, along with all the use cases we are talking, how it would really be, we have to be careful about it, and what could be the steps forward.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay, everyone check comments. In the comments, we're going to have a link to the book of the Kaldib. Thank you. Vayoma, am I also pronouncing your name right? You might
Sorry,
be.
I was on mute. Yes. Hi, it's Vyoma. Hi, everyone. I'm Vyoma. I am an AI technical solution architect with IBM, and I am here in sunny California. And glad to be here. And I work a lot on Gen AI technologies and how to implement them. I'm specifically involved in productionizing AI governance across different clients.
Great. Okay. So probably we'll hear some stories about like enterprise and the AI, generative AI, and the VR today. I also have some targeting questions for you later. So I think it's the right time to begin. So before we start, let me actually tell you my experience of using the VR and generative AI. So at Cytec VR, we created the VR exposure therapy. So maybe someone of you have ever experienced the therapy. Exposure therapy is a method of dealing with different forms of anxieties, like phobias, OCD, PTSD, and such. And everyone was talking about like how to implement the AI in terms of the practitioners, therapists. So some people were saying like data, some people were saying like taking notes during the session, but we decided to go in a more creative way, and we developed the generative AI, which can help the therapist create any exposure world in the VR. So the problem which we face is that there are a lot of platforms exist on this market, but none of these platforms is giving the therapist a tool which can help to find the tailored, personalized experience, exposure experience for the clients. So this is what we do at Cytec VR. This is also why I was invited to host this panel. Let's switch the slides and let's Lisa. So let's start from you. So I'd like to start with a fundamental question. So how does AI enhance the functionality and user experience within virtual worlds? So Lizzie, with your extensive background in XR, how have you seen AI shift the landscape in your work?
Well, that's a loaded question because it's really kind of changed everything and thrown a wrench into the whole system, which is cool, It's fantastic that we're seeing this element that we hadn't really thought about come into VR. But I mean, AI enhances everything. So of course it's going to enhance the experience. Now that just opens up like a whole can of worms, and that's where we're living right now. We're living in that can of worms. What happens with the uncanny valley? What happens when you interact too much? What happens when things get too real? So the functionality, we have yet to see what happens with that functionality. And it's really exciting because at the end of the day, it's a machine that comes from us. It's not some like outside force. It has to start somewhere. So seeing how it evolves will determine what we do with this tool. But enhancing beyond like VR and virtual worlds, we're just crawling in the dark until AI came along. And now we're on a steady track leading us to who knows where. We're there right now. We're going to figure it out. But it is totally the secret sauce to virtual worlds.
Agreed. And everything is developing so fast. For example, like a year ago, my clients, they were so amazed by the option of creating virtual worlds with photos, and now I have people which just know a little bit of the chat GPT, and they are already asking me, oh, and how about making such worlds in a video way? How about making such worlds in a 3D way? So it's developing so fast. And and it's also creating new jobs. I see that in the comments, Luca is helping us, creating new jobs. I think we all agree on it. So we can't talk about the AI without addressing the ethical things. Vioma, as someone deeply involved in AI, in IBM, so what do you see as the key ethical considerations when integrating the AI into the virtual worlds?
Yeah. So some of the things that I really push forward to all the clients and people in the industry is you need a governance platform or some sort of metrics that you have defined before you productionize any of these generative AI language models, or be it VR, or be it any image models as well. So you have to make sure there are specific acts, regulations, rules, and metrics that are 100% checked before it goes into being. So slowly, every state and city is coming up with their own regulations. But some of the things that I see is make sure that your model and the results that are being spitted out are fair, they are unbiased, they are not hallucinating or giving you information that makes no sense. And also, there are a lot of other complexities which can arise when you're productionizing something. Let's say you let a language model or any image model just go on or go off a fence without having to check the results every 3 months, 2 months, or however it be. So make sure you have some sort of human in the loop before automating the entire process.
Okay. When you said about the complexity, and when I was preparing for this event, I was thinking about one particular question for you. So, how do we ensure the transparency and accountability in these virtual spaces?
Yeah, great question. So transparency is in the form, like many different like clients and many different companies are doing that as well. Like any language model or any image model that has been created, be transparent about the kind of data set that has been used. Make sure that you are showcasing that information before you go any further. So make sure that you have some sort of uh, an online tool or a curated kit that, hey, this was the data set that was used, these are the metrics that we validated it against, and make it more open, make it very trusting, and make sure that you are complying to the rules that are being put out there. If there aren't any rules, make sure you as an internal team or internal company come up with these policies, mandates for yourself, so that others can actually benefit from that.
Okay, this makes sense. Everyone, we have an open mic, so if someone want to add something on top of it, just feel free to enter. But Kuldeep, I have a question particularly for you. So let me switch to the next slide. So AI's ability to tailor experiences to individuals is one of the most powerful features of the AI. So you've been at the forefront of emerging tech solutions, as you explained with this XR Labs. So how do you envision the AI-driven virtual worlds adapting to individual user preferences?
Yeah, so there are a number of experiments we have done at our lab, and while designing experiences or building practices around user experience design itself, be it a device like when Vision Pro came in, the new set of practices or design principles are emerged. And there are a couple of years already into, for example, Quest devices and other. But with generative AI specifically, so a lot of content can be adjusted according to the how user interact, where user are interacting, and what is the comfort level of users or interest. Based on that, the content would automatically adjust to them. So there is a huge preference also involved, but there is a implicit preference. That's a comfort. Like even if I don't choose particular whether I'm doing a gaze-based interaction or the hand tracking, I can't continuously do hand as well as gaze or any other. Even thought-based BCI-based interactions are coming, but I can't do one type of interaction all the time. And in normal human interaction, we don't do just one interaction. You see, my hand are telling something, my eyes are telling something. So there are multiple interactions methodologies. Virtual world also need to adapt that. And
Okay.
I feel AI would really fill that gap to make it more realistic, more natural.
Well, that's when things are going to get crazy, because that's like, Google ads on crack. So, not only will the AI anticipate your behaviors and your preferences, you're going to be molded into, a culture, into a virtual world. So that's really where the ethics and the user understanding the technology is going to make a difference. I mean, if you're having problems right now with your phone and spam and all that, that's only the tip of the iceberg. It's going to get to the point where you can't even tell like a bot from like someone that's actually a friend or someone that you know online. So that's when we get into that, that's when it's really going to be fun.
Agreed. Okay.
Yeah, even irony is AI would understand human much better than human understand themselves. There are a lot of expression AI would be able to detect whether I am liking particular brand or not, whether I will buy this product or not. AI would know exactly, but human would not know. And other parties, I would not know what AI knows.
Okay.
That's even worst part of it. But yeah,
Okay.
anyway.
Okay. Kuldeep, so because you said that you are the head of the XR practice, so I know that there are a lot of people watching us. Can you recommend some instruments that you're using in the labs and in your XR practice regarding works creation? Have you got any recommendations about the latest technologies and platforms?
Still exploring. I haven't find the thing which I am expecting, but there are many like Meshi, etc. The Meshi produce text to 3D mesh. We used it extensively, but there are many, but still at experimental stage. When it comes to the real immersive experience, if AI based content can give, that's still, I think, still far.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, thanks. Liam, so it's time to talk about the infinity reality and your experience. So I've been to your website, been checking something, was preparing for some questions. So how do you see the AI contributing to the creation of this dynamic and responsive virtual environments?
So there's so much you can do in AI, and we're really we have a long list of things we want to do, but we're really focused on two things right now. One is generative worlds, building large-scale virtual worlds in a mixture of using LLMs like conversational interfaces, procedural generation, which is like Diablo 2, roguelites, No Man's Sky, and mixing generative AI, like Meshi was just mentioned, right? Text to image, text to 3D model. There's images to 3D model, video to 3D model, scanning in. There's all so we've been focused on that virtual world part where I can say like, give me a store in a sun-swept scape and fill it with all my products. And a series of AI tools can break that problem down and build you your world using a combination of LLMs and RAGs, what they're called, procedural tooling and generative tooling. And that's a really incredible opportunity. Like right now, virtual, we just talked about how Claire talked about how people are moving away from virtual worlds. Well, why? Because they're really expensive to make. To actually make engaging content and make big worlds is really, really hard. It's the hardest part of content creation is 3D world creation. And just making the scene is hard. Like filling it with content so it's not a walking simulator, that's extremely difficult. So the other side of that is embodied agents, which is actually like puppeteering an avatar to be able to interact with the world and interact with people and interact with each other. And that's something else we've been focused on, embodied agents, really built on RAGs and LLMs and all sorts of other technology that we've been working hard on. It's been happening inside of game engines in this industry, and the industry, like the game engines were not designed for AI. They were not designed to for the AI to be this first class citizen walking around and interacting and understanding. So a lot of that is like what we're working on, and that's the frontier of the space, is really this opportunity to take LLMs like ChatGPT and Gemini. We're working very hard with Google, and embody them, make them more human, give them just voices and bodies, let them see, let them be seen, and really create natural human social interactions that we're evolved for, that are going to be deeper and richer. There's huge ethical questions there, like should this thing have like a safe social distance from you? Like there's people like Replica who are like, date it, things like that. These things can be mind parasites. They can be extremely influential and manipulative. As was just said, these things will know you better than yourselves. They're smarter than faster than you. And so, we think very deeply about how to do this very responsibly and open. So, because it is a brave new world we're walking into.
Yeah, just to jump in 1 second, if I may. I think that Liam just spoke to it, and Vioma also alluded to it, which is these ethical problems and, kind of these dangers within AI's use in the virtual world. And the way I see it so much is the kind of issues we face with AI. And then even as Kuldeep said, the issues we face with kind of data tracking and the internet knowing us better than we know ourselves. These are all issues that are involved in the virtual world and kind of are part of the building blocks of the virtual world. So it's taking these, kind of issues to be aware of and knowing that they still exist and they are actually magnified here. And, as ourselves being in virtual worlds, we're susceptible in a certain way that maybe leaning back at our computer monitor, we're more critical thinking. But in these virtual worlds, these same kind of issues exist, and we might be more susceptible to them.
Okay, accepted. This is great. We got a very cool live chat today. So Luca is a rock star. So he's commenting about a lot of things. So Claire, when you were speaking, so Luca did a very interesting comment about the FIFA. So about the football simulator. I'm as a fan of the soccer. Let's read. So he said that in FIFA, for example, during the game, you experience more realistic things. There's one soccer player from England, the Palmer. So you can run in a FIFA to the pitch and take a picture with the Palmer. So this is a great example of like games which we can say like double, triple A, so like a big things. But me, like I'm a fan of the VR, and I'm primarily working with standalone VR headsets. So I've got we're gonna sidetrack a little bit. I have a question for all of you. So what do you think? So we have this Quest 3 and the Quest 3S. I think it's live starting from today. What do you think? So it's limited in terms of the GPU and CPU. Oh, hey. So this headset is limited in terms of GPU and CPU. Have you got any ideas? So when we're going to have a very accessible VR headset with a great quality of GPU and CPU, which can afford and let us use the generative AI in a full sense. Vioma, feel free.
Yes, as you see, I'm very passionate. First thing, I don't feel the whole GPU, CPU shortage, etc., that we are seeing right now is going to exist for much longer, because the strategy around large language models is changing. Bigger is not always better. Everyone was experimenting with generative AI, so they were just leveraging some of these GPUs available outside. Everyone's moving to smaller domain specific models which can do just the job right. No one needs like a huge GPU farm somewhere in Poland or India working for you to kind of give you better results. No, not needed. And you don't want an AI model to give you like 90% accuracy. Clearly, something's going wrong there. So I feel A1, the question that you just asked might be not relevant in a couple of months, to be very specific. The other thing is, I use this thing day in, day out. It's huge. My head pains after a while because, and I've gotten these knobs as well behind to kind of help me change the headset, etc.
Yeah.
Slowly, I feel everyone's going to move to slimmer, aesthetic, looking better app like VR headsets, which just might be your glasses, right? The glasses might have like a VR thing in it. Why do you need this whole thing? That's what they're working on. They're trying to optimize this. And I see a lot of nods from Liam and Lise. So good that I'm speaking relevant stuff here. So going forward, that will be the way to go. And you might not know, like someone just might create that small, there are so many companies creating these small chips like Grok, etc. Imagine you just might have your own small little GPU lying on your, like your spectacles, or like this thing might have that. I really want them to make this less cumbersome. So yeah, that's the future, I feel.
Interesting. Okay. Does anyone want to jump in and to add something?
Yeah, I would say a little birdie has told me that over 50 headsets are coming out in the next 18 months. I think 2025 is going to be a very auspicious year for this industry. I think there's a lot of compounding, like knock-on things. You know, just as she said, it's exactly that. We are about to be a sea change. We joke internally that Quest 3S is the iPhone 4. It's a hell of a lot of spatial computer for $300. I've literally put 3 different Android apps on different walls. Had a phone, like keyboard, mouse, hooked it up to my computer, cloud streams to hell and back.
Mhm.
You know, IR just bought Zappar, and they make something called the Zapbox, which is a very cheap, very, very good spatial computer that's that is built for billions of people to be able to afford. And some of that happens on device, and some of that happens on the cloud, using a bunch of clever compounding tricks and AI and everything else that's about to happen in the next 2 years. I think it's funny that people are sleeping on spatial computing, because I think it's going to hit like an asteroid next year, quite frankly. Yeah.
Okay. I love the VR and AI talks, and I must admit that we should not forget about the thing that XR cloud computing exists. So such companies and NVIDIA, XR Cloud, Amazon are providing this. So there's a few reliable sources for the VR. Okay, Claire, now it's your personal question. So with your experience in advising creators, you've witnessed the evolution of storytelling through the technology. So how you see machine learning playing a role in evolving narratives? So what do you think about
interesting.
the narratives and the virtual worlds?
Yeah, that's a fascinating question. Well, I think one, big element here is the non-playable characters. The fact that right now in video games, for example, that are incredibly, vast world, we're talking about, AAA games, Red Dead Redemption, where you're interacting with dozens and maybe hundreds of different non-playable characters. Right now, they're, kind of spitting out their dozen or 100 pre-programmed lines. But in the future, there's going to be, just massive customization. You'll be able to talk to some of these characters about anything. So in a way, I see narratives like this evolving into more, interactive world, almost choose your own adventure, where there is maybe no resolution to the narrative, almost like a House of Yes or something, where you go in and you're engaging in all these scenarios and all these different environments and all these different characters, and there isn't necessarily a beginning, middle, end. So I think AI's use in virtual worlds, really, and gaming, is going to lead to that type of environment. I'll tell you what I've seen in the past. One of the clients I worked with a couple years ago was using AR within virtual worlds for storytelling, and it was sort of a hybrid with an immersive film. So audiences were engaged with this two-dimensional film at almost a drive-in theater, and then they could take certain actions that would influence the film by, say, you could sort of choose to, kind of pick up an axe, or you could choose to hold hands with someone else in there, and that would influence the way this interactive film proceeded. But that was several years ago, and that was really leaning on 2D film technology. So we're seeing, as AI gets more involved, that these narratives are becoming endless. Instead of, if you choose A, B, C, or D happens, it's really possibly the sky's the limit.
Clear. And in terms of the pricing, so we all know that this was a kind of, it was not very affordable for a variety of different companies. Is it becoming more affordable? So can you give us some insights on pricing and like how it's structured? So if someone want to work with, let's say, AI-driven agents within the virtual spaces.
Unfortunately, that's not really my area, and I couldn't answer that question well. I wonder if Liam, perhaps, working in virtual world spaces, might have more of an answer, or someone else here, because I'm not, kind of working with the technical building side of things.
Okay, someone let us know about the prices. So how much does it cost? Liam, you have to jump in.
Had to find the mute button. It varies. The first thing I would say to somebody with who it costs is go start to prototype stuff yourself. When you want to start to make things. I use tools like Gravity Sketch and Blockade Labs, and there's other great tools out there to do a lot of Mid-Journey, to do a lot of previs. And I very much like to take a bunch of Creative Commons 3D assets, which you can find all over the place, and put them together in kind of a toy box environment, and really, what they call gray box or white box my ideas out. Like drawing tools like like in VR spaces or even in 3D Learning Blender, and decide what you want, and then you can get things commissioned. And I think generative AI and other things are going to make things extremely cheap, like near free, like where you'll pay for a tool like Photoshop, and even Photoshop has AI right now to really help you get to the next level, and it'll be extremely cheap. I would say that right in the last 4 or 5 years, I've spent tens of thousands of dollars on worlds, on just a single world. Getting it commissioned and iterated from previs to from like concepting the previs to many drafts, and I'm seeing that number go down, like a zero knocking off of it almost every 6 to 9 months in the last few years, and so I think we're in a real change. This is the same way like you would in the 90s expect to pay thousands of dollars for a poster, and then you can get that on Fiverr for tens of dollars. I think it's going to be that type of step change very quickly.
Right. And it seems like every startup, or just about like a majority of companies now, looks like, they look like the company from the outside, but from inside they look like a variety of different SDKs and APIs, bringing stuff from OpenAI, like you said, Blockade Labs and others. But here I have a question for everyone. So, and it's a very hot topic. So, what do you think? AI, is it replacing the workforce, or it's opening the new opportunities? What do you think? Feel free.
Well, just to jump in for like a quick reaction, I'd say it's absolutely helping creators create better things more quickly, and also creating things that were perhaps unimaginable. Liam mentioned Mid-Journey, going in and using these AI tools that will help kind of lay people create amazing worlds, or help existing creators reach certain, kind of thresholds that they never could have reached before. So just super quick answer would be not replacing people, but enhancing people's abilities.
Yep.
I've been thinking 3 things are going to happen. One is I think there's going to be a massive legal snapback like for where a lot of these things are going to lose in court in a really big way. That's going to snap back the industry years. But I think at the same time, people will just, with the creation, there'll be massive creation of content. We're already in that, like a huge content creation spike right now, all across all mediums. But I also see a content consumption spike and like a quality and like a demand for quality we've never seen before, which is kind of keeping the human in the loop. This demand for quality and novelty. So like I think it's gonna be a crazy next few years, quite frankly. Yeah.
And AI was, if I may just jump in, is that okay, Daniel?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And AI was never meant, the aim was never to replace people. It was to help them. I think for me, if anyone asks me in any of these conferences, it just makes me so much more productive. I get so much of my grunt stuff automated. Like I've written a script which has some of my emails taken it. I've created like a small custom model which kind of answers emails like me. Like I wake up in the morning, I have like 100 emails. So imagine the amount of time I save. Also helping organizations do similar things. It's more to make you more productive and to make you use some of those creative juices in your head to do something bigger and better.
I think in one line, people who are using AI would replace people who are not using AI, but AI itself would not replace human.
Okay. And because we've been speaking about the creativity, Lizzie, if I can, I would like to refer the next question to you because you work with different creative industries. So how you see AI-powered virtual worlds influencing human creativity and innovation?
Well, all things will cease to like be an argument as soon as we have the first major blockbuster movie in AI. Once these big studios really start to see what happens when someone creative gets at what AI can do and make a lot of money with it. Same thing happened with talkies when Hollywood was freaking out if these actors could have like a certain tone in their voice or if they could sing or what have you, which sent shockwaves through Hollywood. This is kind of like the same thing. And until they were able to deal with that change in technology, everything kind of corrected itself. And that's what's happening with AI. Once Hollywood figures out how to use AI without stepping on union toes, without stepping on actors, and really enhance and lower a budget to a major motion picture, this conversation that's happening right here is almost null and void. So wait till the big money jumps in and we'll definitely see how AI worlds influence what happens with creativity.
Okay. Does anyone want to add?
I just wanted to, I think Lacey touched on it, and we already see Lionsgate and different studios making partnerships for AI content. And this seems to speak exactly to what Liam was saying about a snapback and regulation and sort of a, reaction to AI's, huge leap forward. So I definitely don't want to, stop us from talking about other subjects, but I am kind of curious about this kind of regulatory snapback that Liam mentioned. And if we have time for it, I'd be kind of curious for him to say a little bit more about that, because that seems pretty epic if it comes to pass.
I mean, it comes down to like these things are going to need like a nutrition facts on the back. Where were they trained? How are they trained? How are they weighted? How are they safeguarded? How are they benchmarked? There's nothing like that. The government's been talking about all this regulation, and they've been wanting to let Sam Altman and Microsoft write it, so only they can pass it. That's really been what a lot of the analysts have thought. But it really comes down to doing something that's really uncomfortable for people working with AI and people making it, which is volunteering up a bunch of information. I think so, like all I just listed, and trying to benchmark themselves against others. I've been on and off trying to build that. Everybody has. is like, how do I compare two LLMs on how accurate they are and how good they are in a certain field of questions? Nobody's agreed on even a basic common benchmark, and it's a huge problem. And that's like when we have all these crazy conversations about like it's going to kill humanity and destroy democracy and everything. I'm like, let's start with the benchmark, and then we can then once we have that, we can actually like draw sightlines on all the other concerns. You know, the big one about the snapback is like, you know, we brought up Midjourney. There's others that I could name stories of that are really kind of like pulling out their collars when somebody asks, where did you get that data? Or why does yours look better than everyone else's? And why does it make a perfect Batman and SpongeBob every single time? You know, so it's going to be kind of crazy. Yeah.
Maybe like really big fines and slaps on the wrist, but
Yeah.
yet that said, progress continues to march forward.
Or literally purging these things off the internet and scaring every company from ever using them for years, you know, and the whole thing collapses like with crypto. Yeah.
Wait, when did crypto collapse? I missed that.
I'm still saying, I was just going to jump on that.
When did that happen?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, we can get there. And then it came back, right? So like, and so this is. Yeah, we'd speak for hours, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I still have hope.
Risks. So let's talk about the risks. So we've been speaking about the Hollywood. So what are the risks for the companies of using this AI in their professional activities? So Viola, would you like to lead this conversation?
Is that me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. So what are the potential risks associated, right, in virtual environments? The number one that I've seen, and that when I work with different industries, I realize is a lot of fake images being created and like extrapolating a particular person's face, their aesthetics, etc. And then using them to do some dirty deeds, which kind of makes no sense. I remember that there was a company who came up to me that a person who looked a little angry, it was just their sitting face and it just looked angry. And then in a virtual environment, when they were extrapolating these images, they showed him like a demon, which made no sense. Like just because a person looked angry, so it doesn't mean you do that. Again, why did that happen? Because there was no governance on any of those steps. So number one being that you're extrapolating images. The second that I'm seeing in the risks that are being involved is I see a lot in younger generations. They are utilizing AI to create these avatars, to create like maybe thinner versions of them and trying to put like abs on it, etc., which is kind of creating a wrong mindset because you have to we are losing a lot of body positivity deeds in it because everyone feels I have an avatar which looks like me but is not me. And I feel that is an issue going forward. If I see your avatar and not your real image, I don't know who you look like, which could create a problem, which can escalate into these dating apps and then goes above and beyond. So that is something that everyone wants to see. How true is it? And it's okay to do that. That's fine as well. But then the psychological and mental effects that come out of it are something that we need to look into.
You said about this fake things that sometimes people produce using the AI. So we've been hearing about the Sora by OpenAI. So this promised perfect AI video creation tool. So again, it's an open mic. What do you think? So Sora jumps to the market. What happens next? A lot of fake, a lot of stuff. So what do you think? Let us know.
So as soon as it comes to the market, the first thing is it'll shoot up because everyone's going to go experiment with it. There are so many companies who have majority of these companies have a budget and for experimenting stuff, for research stuff. No one knows if that stuff is actually going to help, but because you need to check that in your yearly KPI, everyone would try doing it and like implementing it. And I've seen companies, like big institutions, utilize some of these new technologies, and what happens is after a while it just goes bust because they didn't see what the data leakages were or what was the quality of information that was being um, produced. So first of all, even if it spikes up, we need to see how it is, what are the different problems that would happen. And the other thing that I feel is a lot of regulations, as Liam was saying, soon as it's up, all the different the AI police and regulation police is going to go around trying to figure out how to tame it.
Okay, Kuldeep, you want to jump in?
Yeah. So one thing I would like to add in the potential risk is like AI would create a lot of things like too much. We would reach in terms of content or the consumption side, we would reach in the stage of abundance where everything is too much. The content is there. There are so many books, there are so many articles, there are so much knowledge, and everything will be so cheap that value of the content itself will not be that great. So there would be a stage where the trust on everything will be so less. It's so cheap to be available to everyone in the world. A person sitting in a remote corner will have all the knowledge available, which is available to a professional person. So this will create a lot of issues eventually, in my opinion, where
Okay.
how really we define equity and what it means to be defining the people's creativity or their own personal IQs and all those things. It will be very difficult to define that in that world.
And we really appreciate.
Yeah, to resonate what Kuldeep is saying, one of the things that have started seeing is when I review some conferences papers and etc. And sometimes on the panel, it's very hard to figure if it a human wrote this or like a person wrote this. Imagine if it goes to AI powered VR. I don't know if what has been created is actually a human or not. The entire information that is being going now is to create these fake personas, like who is a human or who is not a human. Like it would be so difficult to differentiate between the two.
Okay. Everyone, you're amazing. So today we're having a very live conversation. We have about 5 minutes left. And now let's do the final thing. So each of you going to have about 20-25 seconds. Just let everyone in the comments know, like say, so what do you think about the generative AI and the VR and the virtual worlds? Lizzie, that's your mic. 25 seconds is yours. Give us your predictions.
Listen, it's going to be a very exciting ride. And just like cinema did what it did 100+ years ago, it's happening again. And we're going to discover a whole new world, a whole new way to tell stories. And it's truly an exciting time. At least it looks like it until somebody decides to unplug it, which is always an idea. You could always unplug people. It's just a freaking machine. But that's neither here nor there. But it's an exciting time, and it allows people to be creative, and anything that helps people tell stories brings us together. So there you have it.
Okay, noted. Okay, Claire, have you got any ideas? 25 seconds is yours.
Well, I also feel optimism the way Lisi clearly feels. So I'm excited about what's ahead of us. But as we've touched on in the conversation, I think it's always very important to stay grounded in, kind of the ethical implications of this, but especially in what we're drawing from, kind of the body of data and kind of trained AI that we have. Something I thought of early was Tay, Microsoft's kind of bot that went within 24 hours from being a nice chat bot, I believe it was on Twitter, to being kind of like a horribly racist, sexist bot that needed to be removed immediately. So, that is in our past. It was 2016. We've grown a lot since then. But I think we need to sort of keep in mind these roots and these cautionary tales and as we move forward, really pay attention to the data that's going into this and the AI that is being created and the governance of that, make sure that we're moving forward in a productive, positive way.
Okay. Liam, I want to change this question a little bit in a different way. So Liam, if we give you $1 billion to create the AI, so it's your pitch, 25 seconds. Let us know where you're bringing us.
So, I like the first question more. I honestly think that we're in very early days of this. It's going to be rocky, but the best is yet to come by far. I think everyone will have extremely fluid access to infinite knowledge and infinite content, and be able to extend their creativity. Like what we're going to get to is a point of digital telekinesis and digital telepathy and all sorts of magical things if we just work together and make it turn out right. And it's going to be very hard, but it's going to be worth it. I truly do believe in spatial computing and AI companions, and all of it is coming, and it's going to be great. That's what gets me up in the morning, and so should you.
Okay. Vioma, so IBM is coming to you one of the next days, offering you an unlimited budget. So what do you create?
I wish. But one of the things that I would create is a framework, a policy mandated framework, because whatever clearly see, everyone is saying that it is the next big thing. Everyone should be optimistic. But the only way to be optimistic is to have some sort of guardrails around it so that you can pitch it more. So I would be 100% developing a well guarded, rounded framework which makes people empowered to use it.
Okay. Cool, Gift. So India, you have to say something. So government is coming to you, providing you with a grant, just unlimited amount of funds. So where we go? So what do you create?
Well, I will create a consortium of industry, academia, and businesses coming together and define the standards, practices, and policies. By the way, I'm already engaged with one of the academia in India, IIT Madras, defining metaverse standard and policies for India. So that's one of the initiative going, but this is needed more, where legal system and government and people come together, and then they define this virtual public systems. Because
Okay. Hope this will happen. So we're running out of time. I want to thank everyone. You are so energetic, and I think we have a great band sitting here. I hope to repeat it. Let's stay in touch on the LinkedIn. Thanks for the GatherVerse for hosting this amazing event. All the presentations and materials were created by the GatherVerse team. They help us become prepared to this meeting. And again, I would love to continue this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye. As well. Bye.
Are you truly healthy? Are you functioning at your very best? Probably not, even if you feel fine right now. Our current sick care system is a bit like driving to a destination with just a paper map. It's reactive, it's slow, and it's very limited. What we need is a care that's proactive, data-driven, and deeply personalized. As a HS futurist, I see a future where healthcare is precise, immersive, preventative, happening in real time, and completely tailored to you. So you can be your best at any time and age. I call this total health immersion. This vision of total health immersion begins with data using plenty of advanced sensors. So imagine, for instance, smart clothing that monitors your posture, or optical sensors in your extended reality glasses that track eye strain, or earbuds that measure your brain waves. Or think of ingestible smart pills providing real-time insights into your gut, or tooth sensors measuring biomarkers in your saliva. And there'll be plenty more sensors inside your body, but also around you. All of this data will, of course, be analyzed by AI to create your very unique health profile, so you can get deeply tailored care based on what is best for you at that moment. So imagine this. As a busy executive, you have barely time to eat, let alone schedule doctor visits, right? So your doctor meets you virtually right in your office, thanks to extended reality lenses. Together, you're looking at a digital twin of yourself, a real-time replica of you, with all of your health data, data of your environment, your goals, and even your daily schedule. Recently, you haven't eaten very healthy, and your biomarkers show this. So, your doctor simulates how your current diet affects everything from blood sugar to inflammation, your performance, disease development, and even how well, or not, you are aging. The trajectory is not pretty. Thankfully, your doctor can also test the most effective treatments and medications right there and then. But it goes even further. Your virtual health, performance, and longevity coach, who you of course have, is just a blink away, 24/7. And he doesn't only help you to stick to or adjust the treatment your doctor has given you. Let's say, for instance, it's midday. You're standing in your kitchen because you're hungry, right? And your coach pops up right beside you. Hey! He suggests a super nutritious recipe to you, tailored to exactly what you need at that moment. And it's not only good for you, it's also super delicious and easy and fun to prepare, if you want, together with your coach. But what about when your energy is dropping in the afternoon, for instance, or stress levels are rising? Before you even notice that, your coach will, and he will give you a gentle nudge to do, for instance, a quick breathing exercise or some stretching, personalized to what works best for you. This makes staying at your peak performance not only achievable, but also fun, seamless, and sustainable. So, I believe that this is the future of healthcare. Total health immersion. It's not just about managing health. It's about optimizing it, using solutions that anticipate your needs, that optimize your health and performance in real time, and very importantly, fit seamlessly into your busy life. If you want to be healthy, perform at your best, and live longer, or if you are a leader looking to adopt future-oriented approaches or technology that improve the well-being, performance, and longevity of your workforce, let's talk.
Hello, hello. I think we are almost live, or are we live?
I believe we are live.
Oh, fantastic. Because I see that little timer on top says live 4:17. 10. Hi,
everyone. I'm Lubna Dajani. I'm delighted to be here with you. May our gather be well, and it's already starting. Well, I could feel the energy of all of you. I'm delighted to be your coach, your host today for the Guardians of Balance. I can't wait to hear from all of you what you think, how that resonates with you, and what brought you here. It's I love how GatherVerse does this, where it brings up a group of us together and just puts us in a space and gives us a topic and drives us to bring out the best of what's in us with that regard. So it's a very interesting topic, and I don't know if you listened to the beginning of at the previous session, as we talked about AI and so many times I just wanted to pop on screen. I do a lot of work on AI ethics and human machine teaming. So I would love to hear from all of you on how you see, what attracted you to this, and a little introduction to who you are. I'll tell you more about me as I babble on throughout the session, but please make it, and then we'll do musical chairs. Pass it to the next person, you choose, and quickly introduction of yourself, why we're here, and what you think the role of virtual, where do we play in bridging that virtual into the well-being of our everyday life as guardians. Thank you so much. I will hand it to you, Marie. Can you introduce yourself, please? Unmute yourself. Or did we just lose it? So Lynn, will you go?
Yeah, sure. I will start. Hi, my name is Lynn Gitau. I'm here in Nairobi, Kenya. I am the communications director for GatherVerse, and the reason why I'm here is because I couldn't miss this panel. I am a great crusher here, but I feel we belong, so I'm very curious to hear from each and every one of you, and I believe this is a power panel. Thank you.
Stefania? I hate to be calling on you, but I'm going to have to call on you unless you pass it. Stefania, you're muted, my love.
Yes, now I think I'm fine. Yes, so hello everyone, good evening. My name is Stefania Brunori. The reason why I'm here is because in my work with leaders, working on their personal brand, obviously we are incorporating more and more artificial intelligence and virtual reality. Even our relationship is becoming more virtual in distance, working from different parts of the world. And I share with them the tools for content creation, for example, and I really want to make sure that we are using it in an ethical way to create a social impact, and not just for visibility and for vanity metrics like being seen or to show off, but really with depth. So that's my interest in all the virtual work and AR.
Oh, thank you. Do you want to pass it to anyone, or maybe Marie, you're back? If you want, oh, Christina, you're unmuted already, I think. It'd be lovely if you go.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be back here at GatherVerse. I'm
There
Christina.
we go. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can. Christina is filling in for now, and then you'll pick up if you don't mind after. Next to you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Excellent.
Christina Imre, the founder of Tech Leadership Lab, an action-oriented think tank and a global ecosystem that is here to do whatever it can to accelerate the resolution of the 17 sustainable goals and our existential threats, to act like good humans and good ancestors for us and for the future generations. And of course, that being a global organization and running something that is focused on action and resolution, for sure, combining the virtual world and make us to be like a planetary one species, and to think as planetary citizens together, it is very, very important in today's world.
Thank you.
And let's pass it to whoever, Angela.
I think Marie was going, then maybe that'd be perfect pass after that. Right.
Okay.
Because she yes, exactly. It's waiting. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So much gratitude for everybody. Thank you. And yeah, my company, C Coaching, we do a lot of corporate trainings, engagement, retention, just helping businesses overcome some of their life challenges with a positive attitude and resilience to reach their goals in their businesses. And one of the topics that's huge is, of course, AI. And as women in business, especially in leadership, I think it's very important for us to be in the tech industry. And as we are stepping up as women all over the world running businesses, we just have to be more, hopefully raise our little girls to go into the tech industry, startups. And so I'm really passionate about learning more about AI and all the new technology that's coming into the business world for women.
Elizabeth or Liliana? Liliana.
Hi, I'm Iuliana. I'm from Romania. I'm founder of Smart Synergy, a company a startup actually, that I founded here in Romania with the aim to combine technology with humanity. And I'm a very big promoter of the idea on using technology to keep the human essence alive. And this is why also I'm here, because I consider that us, the women around the globe, because we are fulfilled with more empathy, we can share this empathy and this inclusivity skills that we have in the virtual worlds, so that we can try to create these worlds much more social responsible and much more impactful for the future world where maybe our children will grow up. So I have the chance to contribute with GatherVerse and with all this community we are building up. So thank you, GatherVerse, for having me here.
Indeed. Elizabeth, I think.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, I'm Elizabeth. I'm a co-founder of Love at Human Connection. We are dedicated to help people and communities build meaningful and authentic relationships through our mid-move magic framework, inspired by the principles of ballroom dancing. Our approach invites people to relearn the essence of real connection, guiding them to create what we call the circuit of connection. Through our desire manifestation circles, participants will learn how to intentionally interact and real human touch, foster deeper and understanding, trust, and fulfillment in their relationship. Now, in this world of where virtual digital distraction often leads to toxic emotion, we hope that through our revisit of real human connection, we bring people back together. Okay, I advocate mental wellness in the virtual world, helping people to overcome loneliness in digital fatigue. Using human touch, desire, and manifestation, okay, I empower individuals to find their balance and well-being in a fast-paced digital world. Thank you.
Please, Andrew.
All right, I believe I'm next. Greetings and peace, everyone. My name is Angela. I am one of the co-founders of Disruptor DAO, and we are a diverse community advancing education and investment in disruptive technologies through financial literacy, workshops to strengthen a wealth-building mindset and abundance well-being, preparing for the future of work and the future of commerce. And so we're developing a digital ecosystem where member ownership fuels innovation and collective prosperity, uniting diverse partners and friends to disrupt the wealth gap. And so we are a women-led organization, and it's super, super important for us to connect and collaborate and to build and grow together. And it's such a joy to be with everyone here today. And what inspired me to be here today is to continue to connect with awesome people, awesome women around the globe who are doing incredible things aligned in this space. So peace, everyone.
Thank you. So, so a little bit about me. I'm Lubna Dajani. I'm founder of Alternate and Alternate Living Labs. The name comes from a name of a chapter in a book that I contributed some 10 years ago now, a little plus, on the future, what I call the alternate, where all people, places, and environments are and products are connected, aware, and addressable, as opposed to just thinking IoT, for example. So my background is in systems design, and I've been driving innovation through collaboration, cross-industry partnerships, the things that have to happen behind the scenes for a new market to take hold. So I kind of feel a bit guilty about the level of how technology is being adopted in terms of the information and communication technology, rather than to further liberate us, but rather to, well, I don't have to list the challenges. I think we as women are more empathic, or more carry more of the burden. I can, as a woman in STEAM and innovation, as young as I am, with 30 years plus in career, I stand. I want to call myself a use case, but no, I speak for the cause, and I'm proud of where we've come so far. But it's at the same time like, wow, are we still here? Really, it's still a topic. And now with the introduction of AI, and it's not just AI, obviously today it's AI. Last year we were talking immersive and cloud and what have you. It's really the stack of information and communication technology and how it's applied. And now we're at a point where between AI, quantum, immersive, nano, neuro, tech, et cetera, and how are we driving these innovations across all that? Because that change, the information communication technology is enabling us to create immense advances across many sectors, all sectors, in fact, at accelerated rates. So how are we adopting, and what role do we want to play? And for me, and what I want to ask you, my sisters, is today, a lot of the talk about AI, what AI is going to do, what AI is going, what role it's taking. Well, it's not just AI, it's AI and its friends and cousins of related technology. But is that the question, or is the question, what are we doing to nurture AI and the development in AI? Because AI is about modeling, it's really about logic and thinking. And then with empathic AI, we just released, IEEE just released the IEEE 7014-2024, which is a standard on emulated empathy. So when AI not only has your behavior, but your also emotional state, and with mimicry, one can affect emotional state, the impact AI could have on us is enormous, in fact. But it can go really well and really bad. Which way we take it, it has nothing to do with AI yet. It has to do with us. So what role, ladies, do you want to play, or what roles do you think we have to play, and how can we move the needle from commercial greed to people and planet over just profits? Because there's more profits if we redefine profit to well-being. Who wants to go first? Because with that alone, I'd love for us to just have a conversation instead of question and answer. So just, talk together. Let's make it happen. Let's walk out of here, me having saying nothing more except yay, 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 and us moving on to an actual something. Please. I saw your hand go up, Marie. And
yes, thank you so much. It's amazing that we're talking about this topic, because I just went to an event with a beautiful lady who was presenting on AI, and she gave us different examples how we can use AI in our business. And some of the things that I took away from it was the good part where I'm able to really design more social media presence in a better way. But there was other things that was brought up that I can use in my business that I didn't think it was useful. For example, where they can take my body movement with AI and me speaking as a professional speaker and coach and teacher and trainer, where I can do one video and the AI can change my outfit and change my topic. But it's still me because people don't know that it's AI representing me one time, me just speaking, and AI is changing everything. But I thought to myself, do I really want AI to be representing my voice as someone that's passionate about helping people and organizations overcome life challenges with a positive attitude and resilience to accomplish their goals? So, do I really want AI to be doing that for me, or do I want to come from a place of integrity and really be out there and using my voice in the right way? So, there is the good that comes with AI where we can use it to maybe make a better flyer for our marketing or for social media. But would I want it for other reasons where it's representing me as Marie with a different outfit? Probably not. So I think in business, we have to also, even though there's these new technologies that can help us do better and streamline our business, but we also have to think integrity. Where am I not gonna use it? And where can I use it where it's beneficial, where it's gonna help me streamline my business and be more proactive? But for me, that comes with integrity. I wouldn't use AI to represent me in a different outfit, speaking in different times, but I will use it for different use. So I hope that helped.
Oh no, absolutely, absolutely, right. It's a phenomenal tool, but that's they were talking about deep fakes before, so there could be great uses for all that. However, it's we take it back to the ethical compass, and what what we're trying to achieve, I think. But anybody else has who wants to take it? Who wants to, in health, in mental health, especially in social change? Yes, please. You don't raise, just go for it.
Yeah. So I'm with my startup. I'm trying to introduce virtual reality into the well-being area. It's a way to demonstrate that we can use tech to keep our humanity alive. So yeah, I'm promoting virtual reality programs for mental health, for well-being, like guided meditation in virtual reality and fitness in virtual reality. That I try to introduce these programs into the corporate environment. I don't know how in other countries the corporate environment is, but here in Romania it's a little bit tough. And there is a lot of pressure in many corporations in Romania, and people don't take breaks. And usually if they take breaks, they go to smoke a cigarette. It is not very helpful for their lungs. And at the moment of the break, they are just discussing about their frustrations of work, and this is not helpful. So a way to try to help them was to introduce guided meditation in virtual reality, so that we can help them disconnect from the pressure of the job and help them just to keep their mind a little bit without noise, so that they can see better ways to solve job challenges. And also they can find better ways to communicate with their colleagues, so that they cannot take that pressure that comes to them to throw it apart to other colleagues. This was our idea of introducing virtual reality in well-being programs. But we also promote the idea of using virtual reality and AI, generative AI, into mental health. We collaborate a lot with SciTech VR, and we are actually Smart Synergy is SciTech VR distributor here in Romania, and we are trying to introduce SciTech VR in psychotherapy clinics and into psychotherapy practice, so that psychotherapists can use this tool. Actually, it's a tool to make a little bit more efficient the therapy sessions through
Right.
exposure therapy
Right.
in virtual reality. And we try to demonstrate with all the things we are doing that technology can be used to keep us human, not let technology to control us. And I'm also a promoter of ethical responsibility in this new emerging tech world. And on the other panel I had with GatherVerse 2 weeks ago at the Safety Summit, we discussed a lot about educating people on how to use AI, virtual reality, and all the emerging tech that are coming out, and how to use it with ethical responsibility so that we can build a better future for our kids. And we came up at the end of the discussion with the idea to create an academia for all the people around the world about how to use emerging tech in an ethical way so that we can contribute to a better world.
It's beautiful.
I love that. I want to just jump in here. I love what you were talking about, the mental health piece of using these technologies to support people in their mental health journey. Mindset is one of our core pillars within Disruptor DAO. And we've really adapted that and hold on to that really closely because we recognize the connection between our mental well-being, our financial well-being, our growth and development, and embracing disruptive technologies. And so a lot of our community consists of women primarily who are in kind of their second careers, professionals, and embracing these technologies, embracing some of these new ways of commerce and interacting virtually can sometimes be intimidating. And so we have a series called Wellness Wednesdays where we convene every Wednesday virtually for 30 minutes just to like check in and reset, where we talk about the intersections of financial well-being, mental well-being, and stability. And we come together in community to support one another in that journey and embracing disruptive technologies. And we have folks come on and talk about the intersections of AI and ways in which AI is being used for real live use case scenarios. Just last week we had phenomenal workshop, a glimpse into the metaverse by Dr. Jatali, who has a beautiful space in the metaverse. And we really are adapting these or having spaces rather where we can come together collectively in a safe space to talk about these intersections of mental health and well-being, embracing disruptive technologies in community. So I love that you were talking about that as well.
It's definitely an instrument for social change. Stephanie or Christina, Lynn, jump in.
Yes, I can jump in from a global perspective. As Tech Leadership Lab stands for Tech for Good, led by good hearts. So we are living very unique times today. We have a lot of new technology on the market, and this can be reflected in every area of our lives now. Also, this technology is very strong, powerful, the most powerful until now, everything that we had from the human evolution. And Tech for Good can be seen also as, okay, where we are in the journey of evolution for humankind. Because if we are going to become a level 1 civilization, I like to use a lot the Kardashev scale, if you heard about it, that we evolve based on the level. Thanks. So this we evolve based on the level of how we can nurture and use the energy this earth provides before we go further and become a multiplanetary species. So right now we are in the space where we have a lot of technology that will use and will need to use more and more power and energy, but also we have this distributed power around the globe. And here comes my main message, because what I see running a think tank and also an ecosystem and talking with the best experts around the SDGs and so on, it is a very uneven distribution of power today. and this starts to become more and more prevalent, and this is a concern. We need to consider that today, although we have the technology and the information open to be distributed all over the world, including in Africa and all the parts of the world where it's harder, I don't generalize, different parts, but if you don't have the right type of energy and you have restrictions around this and you cannot utilize it openly like other parts of the globe with the money power have, then this just creates another power structure where a very small fraction of the population takes those kind of decisions for the future. So what I want to say here is that right now, as we transition with all these tools, because technology is a tool, and it should be beneficial for humans. And now we are in that kind of moment where we do this in our benefit. So robots, AI, virtual realities will enable a better future for us and the kids and the future generations, or will take control and will create a very different future that we might intended. And this comes also from behavioral science and cognitive sciences around how we know that we can be irrational and emotional beings. We like to test things and then, we will measure the consequences maybe too late, when it's too late. So now is the time where we should sit at the table and really consider our global citizenship concept and take the good decisions, but all stakeholders need to be there at the table, not just those who have the money power right now and consider that they run the show and everything is so beautiful around the AI. Because if you hear the speeches and the rhetoric around different parts of the globe, some people show that, oh my God, everything is beautiful, powerful. Yeah, sure, you are in a very small 0.001% of the people where you have all the money and you have the access to technology. And maybe you are not in Florida or other parts where you have the climate right now showing you this is human done threat on our existence. We need to reverse that. And then you see the other rhetorics where they say, hey, we need to consider that we are global citizens. We need to take decisions together. So my focus is on the right leadership. We need to put the leaders on top of things and consider that everything they do and say, it is a global responsibility today. It's not just a local problem. It's not just a local rhetoric or message. We need to consider that what's happening in Florida or in Asia with the problems we are facing, they cannot be solved locally. You empower the local people, but then think and always consider that we are one in this together.
Definitely.
Yes. I'd like to bring a different angle to the conversation and share something that happened 2 weeks ago. I was delivering a webinar on personal branding and artificial intelligence. And one of the images that I wanted to show, talking about being on a stage, I requested to one of the AI virtual images creation tools. I asked for, give me the image of a speaker with 8 arms and 4 mics. And it gave me back a male speaker. I requested for a second time, and it gave me again a male. It was only when I was specifically asking, give me a female speaker on a stage, blah, 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 when it created the image of a female, which really proves one of the main challenges that we should consider with AI, which at the end of the day is a representation of our daily lives at the workplace or as entrepreneurs, which is the gender bias. And if we look at the tech sector, it's not even a 30% of female in tech leadership roles. So that means that we need to have more conversations. We need to be more inclusive with female talent, with initiatives such as Girls Who Code, Women in Tech, because this is the only way, number one, that we will train the AI tools to not have such a bias, but also to have more voices inside tech companies that are nowadays not represented, because this is the reality. If in a normal workplace, the gender bias is around 75%, in tech, it may be even higher because we are underrepresented. So that's the angle that I want to bring on. Yes, I mean, the global conversation on AI is an amazing topic, but what about the female leadership inside the tech sectors in AI and in VR?
Yeah, totally. I also want to chime in on that, and I totally agree with each and every expression that each and every one of you has expressed. From Marie, I think there's someone from our previous presentation who is a speaker, and she mentioned she has an AI that does her speaking engagement, right? And there's the wellness side of things, which I do believe wellness begins with us as women. This is I look at this as a very intimate conversation, us as women. When we're talking about wellness for women, how do we look at it? We start looking at it at the technological side of view and how AI or VR is going to jump in. I think we should just first ask ourselves as women, how is our wellness status we are right now? Let's leave the tech side of things. Let's just focus on us as women. Where are we as a mother, as a wife, or maybe as a sister, or as a cousin or a student? Where are we as women when it comes to wellness? And when we look at ourselves and deep inside ourselves, have we been taking care of ourselves? I was reading a statistic, and it was saying that women normally tend to neglect themselves. So it has nothing to do with the digital world. It has been a traditional thing. And I remember when Lubna was starting the conversation, she said, "Are we still here?" Yes, we're still here. We've come a long way, but we are still here. So I think we should just start with the wellness side of us, where we are internally, looking at ourselves as women and awakening to who we are. And more to that, I want to add to what Christine and Stefani just spoke about leadership, female leadership. I have looked at most of your profiles as someone who works with GatherVerse, and I have seen most of you are doing impeccable jobs. You're founding your own things. I see Marie, I see Angel. You are coming up as female leaders. How do we bring more female leaders into this tech space and also just go up higher and higher to even to the extent of the diplomatic level and also to the extent of the governorship level? Right? So if we combine our efforts and the amazing things we do and we keep persisting and pushing, I believe maybe from 10 years from now, Lubna, you want to be asking the same question. Are we still here? Over to you, Lubna.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. You know, this is indeed a defining time. You know, several of you touched on so many things. The way we work is changing. Our identity is being redefined. I mean, when you have an AI representing you, and it's an app, and it'll speak for you in multiple language, and it's all you know, wonderful until it gets to you know, what I ask is, what role do we want to play in our own lives, and what is going to be the extent of our awareness of the impact that whoever controls the machine, because still the machine doesn't have autonomy, although we might get to a time where there is enough autonomous systems with enough I'm presenting a paper next week on human rights driving human machine teaming. There are, you know, how we interact and what role the machine has. But it's today, you know, so who's in charge, who has the decision making in the relationship between the machine and the person. And there are many varieties, obviously, just like human interaction, but there is much different consequences to when the machine is you know, in terms of defining a new relationship in a future where human and machine are coexisting. The question here is, yes, there's only, we've not come along enough, but there are enough of us. And what I think we need to get out of the victim mindset and the way we've been victimized, because we've been victimized enough, and we need to step up to our role as mothers, as sisters, and break the barriers of this competitiveness, this patriarchal style of competitiveness. It's you know, amongst us, I heard so many different aspects of holistic life, you know, change makers coming at it in concert, like in life. life happens in concert. It doesn't happen in silos. And we have to come together to change policy, because everything else is blah, blah, blah. I don't want to further the conversation. I know you don't want to further we have much better things that are more fun to talk about than what AI is doing to us or how we're living. There are things relative to that and relative to the way we're running society and ourselves in how we want to move that. And that's the conversation we need to have, so we can action that conversation. Then we can chit chat about the beautiful flowers or the things we've created or how we've learned from nature or the beautiful designs we bring to life, rather than how are we going to survive. We have all the tools. We need to step up. Don't you agree, ladies?
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. I love what you were also saying too, Lynn, in that, we have everything that we need. And amongst our core team and our tribe, we always talk about how we have everything that we need amongst us. We, as women, are natural, holistic thinkers. And so we're able to kind of see multifaceted pieces to the puzzle, and then are able to come together. All of us are coming together to create a solution that is really, provides a holistic warmth for everyone that it touches, right? Like Lynn, you were talking about, who are we as mothers, sisters, aunties, all those hats that we wear, business women, all those hats that we wear. We have the tools and the resources amongst us to do all the things that we could possibly dream of. And so we're like, how do we create a location, a space, whether it be virtually or IRL and or both, where we can gather, like here today on GatherVerse and other spaces, to kind of move out of our silos and come together to co-create and collaborate together. And so definitely looking for, more opportunities to do that and to, basically put everybody on, right? It's like, okay, you're doing healthcare stuff, great. Let's do it together. And you're doing stuff in media, Marie, like, yes, let's do stuff together. And providing resources to our communities and the extensions of our networks to share amongst ourselves. And so you're absolutely right. Everyone here is so phenomenal. So kudos to everyone here. And we just love to see how we all can just continue to co-create and collaborate together, because we have everything we need.
So yes, on that note of collaboration, I just helped my friend today on using AI to help her to fix up certain things. I guess when it comes to mentorships or helping each other, this virtual world is so fast. I mean, just hop on Zoom and there you are. We are both on each side, and there I guide her through step by step on how to get things done using AI. And yes, this is what collaboration is about. And I think as women, we should support each other. And of a certain age, we're struggling with technology, and we need help, and we need to know who to reach out to. Sometimes we don't know who to reach out to. And my best friend at the moment is ChatGPT. Okay, help me this, help me that, and ping, everything is done. And like, okay, so far so good. But at the end of it, when you know technology, you need to share with somebody, and the connection is there. Using the knowledge that I know, I help my friend. So it becomes very, very interconnected, and it's very touching, because I'm all about human connection. We can hide behind emojis and just take all this funny face, but actually behind the phone, we are not feeling happy at all. But what is real? We need to come, even at this stage, some of us have filter on. We like to take a TikTok, and we have lots of filter, but we are not our true self. Where do we come, to a stand on what is true to us, especially for our youngsters, for our children? If they see us like so fake in front of, using AI and make our fake futures and make us look pretty, but what is the true human? What, at the end of the day, what is really true humanity? Can we come together? Are you there to step out and really face the person face to face without the filter? So I think for women, we need to, especially for our young children, let them know that the true human is beautiful. AI is fun, technology is fun, but the real human connection, that is what really keeps us together.
I love you. Absolutely, because all these technologies, they're tools. They're tools that should that I am sure all of us, when we've created them to help each other, help ourselves, do well, doing good. I think it's a simple of misplaced emphasis and how we measure value. So we're looking at the wrong, we're worrying about how much more we have or how much less. So if I know we're going to run out of time in a couple of minutes. So I want to ask you to just maybe go alphabetically, so I don't have to call on anybody. And remember, we all need to. I want everybody to say something. But if there was one thing that you would ask for, that you think can make everything change, or at least meaningful outcomes, and what one thing you can give, like if anything, if I was a genie in a bottle, what would you ask for, and what would you offer into a pot that you think together we can change the future to well-being and prosperity. And I say, where we stand back to back, shoulder to shoulder, and we're expanding and leaning on each other, protecting our shared values, rather than being too busy worrying how pretty or how fat or how old or how young or how rich or how poor we might be. So
okay, I can start. So I think one thing that we need to bring together to progress into the female leadership in AI and VR is the sense of community. So as a continuation of what is already happening, but really to maximize that, as well as policies on ethics and diversity and inclusion. So I think the combination of education and regulatory policies is what can propel that forward. And then one thing that I always miss when it comes to female leadership is that in this type of panels, we only have women, and we cannot forget that men still have a big influence to help us create those policies. So I've been in many panels talking about female leadership, talking about female inclusion, and it's only women. So my big ask is that in those type of conversations, I'd like to have men as well, because we need to go hand by hand to make it happen. And then, yes, our communities, our support each other as females, but I would love to see more men included in the conversation of female leadership.
Absolutely.
They are the majority in the tech sector, so let's use their power.
Well, yes, it takes all of us to shift the balance. Yes. So next, who's going to go next? Yes, please.
I can go. Yeah, this is very, it seems for me, what I can only speak from experience for someone who's been in business for over 13 years. I truly believe there's a power of partnering up with other women that are like-minded in my business, instead of always thinking I can do it all by myself. Just today, before we got on this call, is talking to other women that are doing similar to what I'm doing and teaming up with them, and really looking at each other as leaders that we are. And as study shows, when you hang around with successful people, 99% of the time you're going to be successful. So why not rise with other strong women that are like-minded? So my mission this year is to work with more business women that are like-minded and really take the business to the next level, instead of yeah. Instead of working by ourselves, but really being a village. I'm originally from West Africa, and I live in LA now. And another thing that I've been doing that I really didn't realize that it's been a blessing is mentoring women from college, seniors. I've been doing it for 11 years. I mentored about 26 young women that are going to be graduating. And it's been rewarding, because most of the time I thought they were helping me build my business. But what I realized is all of them, almost all of them, are on LinkedIn. They're now managers and directors and VPs of organizations. They're doing better than I am. So that's the power. That's the power of women mentoring young women from colleges. So if anything that I can leave on the table today is, as women, let's not compete with each other. Let's join force, because we're more powerful together. And then let's have younger women that are coming on. Let's inspire them and let them know that you can have it all. You can have the family, you can have the kids, you can have the business, but just always remember there's going to be times where you need somebody else to stand by you and say, you're going to be okay.
Amen, sister. Compete to complete each other's work.
Sisterhood.
Beautiful. I'll go. I would encourage for everyone, every woman to embrace the leadership within. We are just natural nurturers. Women are natural nurturers, natural change makers, and such powerful beings with amazing visions and futures and missions that we are charting forth in the world. And so now is such an unprecedented time in history for us to create transformative change for the next generations. And so together we have the power, we have the resources together, we have the networks together to leverage to fulfill our dreams. And so I offer everyone to join us on this journey as we are. We have an annual summit that's coming up this Saturday, and I invite everyone to join us. It's virtually and connect with us on all social media channels at Disruptor DAO, where we're doing just that, right? We're providing opportunity and a space, a safe space and community for us to come together, co-create, want to learn more about, what folks are putting forth in the world and how these immersive and transformative technologies are changing landscapes and lives for the next generations. And so we have the power to do it. So let's do it together.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to go next. My ask would be, can we have more women getting more involved in the development of these technologies? As we know, as Stephanie mentioned earlier, that it's male dominated. And what are these males doing? They are developing it. Can we have more women who can develop AI, who can develop XR, who can even take part in even doing the research, right? I read a very interesting statistic from McKinsey, and McKinsey was saying women are consumers of virtual products, but they're not builders. Women make up the majority of the consumers, but they're not builders. On the other hand, also, women and men use the virtual worlds differently. Women may use it for their own pleasure, maybe shopping, maybe enjoying some things on Instagram or something virtual. But for men, they use it maybe for football or entertainment. Our needs are different. So when these needs are different, that means we need different people developing for different people, and we need more women. And I keep advocating for women to develop these emerging technologies. And how do we encourage that? I can see people like you, Liana, who are in education. We can do that by education. We need more women in STEM. I know there's so many programs about STEM, but it still needs to keep going on. I come from a continent where there are women who don't even know how to operate a mobile phone, or they cannot operate because society tells them, and let your husband do that for you. There's such indigenous communities that still exist. So we need to still do, there's still a lot of work to do when it comes to upskilling women in tech. And it starts when they are young, when they are still in primary school or elementary, I don't know how you call it, but we just start nurturing them when they are young in STEM. We teach them to become mathematicians. It's not a hard thing. When they grow up, we develop very good founders who can develop very good products. Again, what I am doing to contribute to this, I'm part of GatherVerse. I'm the communications director for GatherVerse, and we bring amazing women like you to express. And we have our She Summit coming up next year, 2025, January. I look forward to seeing you all. And I hope that we collaborate together and build a virtual world that we all desire. Thank you, Lubna.
Thank you. I think we're past time, but we have to, they'll forgive me. We have the communications director. That's the good news. So please go, but let's keep it quick. And I'm grateful. Next time we'll have to make this an hour and a half.
Yes, I will talk to my boss.
Okay, this is okay.
Can I make a small addition to what Lynn said? What I'm asking for much more social and ethical responsibility from people around in each domain. And what I'm considering I can contribute with my energy, my enthusiasm, my inspiration to other women, like Lynn said, to inspire them to grow up stronger, to grow up with the thinking that they can do it. And also I can bring all this energy to build up an academia for mentors to share these social responsibility values in the society.
Thank you. Thank you. Christine,
I
Elizabeth?
can go quick. Yeah, so we need to realize that most of the skills our world needs today around solving the existential problems, and this just continues what Lynn said and the previous speakers here, are all feminine skills, like nurture, collaboration, care, thinking about how to protect and make things good for the long view, like caretakers as we are naturally. So that means I would love to see 50% top leadership on top of things everywhere in government and everywhere on all the organizations to be women, men, and based on their also internal natural profiling skills. No psychopaths, no sociopaths, no narcissistic people. On top, they need to be filtered. Other people shouldn't take our future and decide for us. Only the right type of people. And with this, we would solve what we have today very quickly.
True leadership elevates, does not dominate. It pushes up, not sits on top and pushes down. But we need to change that. But okay, anybody else wants to say something? Krista is going to, but the gather as well. And this is an amazing experience in bringing a few women together that have never met to quickly harmonize. Go.
Yeah, like for me, I'm from early child background also. So I think we start very young. Like Lynn, a lot of storybooks about engineers, about technologies are very male design. So let's break away from gender biasness that girls can play toys that are technologies, and we start them very young. Now, especially stories book, we make sure that both gender plays the equal part, not just boys. And dad goes here, mom stay at home to do cook. Oh my God, there's some stories who are still around that theory.
Shatter all limiting beliefs is what I'm hearing you say. Shatter limiting beliefs, step up to the plate from at the top, and bring the feminine energy as the world needs more of it right now, for healing, for growth, and start really young. And bless you all. Anybody else wants to say a last minute? Did I leave anyone? Did you say, Stephanie? Do you? Anybody? You have to say goodbye, I think.
We're more powerful together.
Yes. Our gather was well.
This is great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Extraordinary. Explorative. Much was shared. Much was delivered and much was gained. We thank each of you for still staying with us even into the late morning or afternoon hour when it's come to GatherVerse in this expression of time when we talk about virtual worlds. If you listen closely, you got a lot about technology, but you got more about humanity. And that's precisely the point. What is virtual existence? It's humanity. What will we be doing in virtual worlds? The same things we're doing now, but more. From the material layer extending into the virtual layer and operating in ways we never have before. We heard so much, there was a lot to process and to unpack on day one. We're heading into day two tomorrow. We hope that you'll take time to be able to join us again. In fact, we know you will, and it's quite evident from how many are you still here at GatherVerse.live and even at our various social platforms. We greet you. That last panel that we just had at the conclusion of it, leadership par excellence. I don't know about you, but I'm inspired with this 50-50 way of thinking. What is the point of having virtual existence in virtual worlds if everyone doesn't have the opportunity to build it? Every single person has a unique cultural identity to contribute to the development of what we all want and like to enjoy. Why not open it up, democratize it, so that everyone is afforded the opportunity to lead, to inspire, to guide? Our gather was well.
Well, there is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy, and God